And also, I want to make sure I'm as well lit as possible.
Do you want me to clear the recess and nominate Q?
I do. Mr. Kolste, I have a feeling that your motion to suspend the rules is going to be superseded by a ruling of the chair. Because I think I know what that's going to be.
You want me to tell you?
Sure.
The special rules of order requires us to end a discussion on the rules of the party at 12:30. As you can see, it's 2 o'clock.
Yep.
Yep.
So the ruling I was going to make was to allow the rules committee 1 hour.
I was gonna suspend it for till 3 o'clock.
Hey, look at that, same thing. So without objection, I think we can do that. Welcome back from recess, everybody. Hope you got your nice tasty beverage ready for the afternoon.
Tony, real quick, I just during the break I had stopped recording, so not sure how I can turn back on recording.
It's recording,
but it's not me who's recording. It's not being recorded from the LP Zoom.
Just hit record. You're a host, you should do that.
Where would said record button be?
On the bottom, you should have a record button.
I'm there. Sorry. Again, it's me. Thanks, guys.
You got it?
We're here for you.
There we go. All right.
So now that we're back from recess, first of all, a warm welcome to all of those who are newly credentialed to the state committee. Welcome. Anybody who won an election or was seated, well, anyone who won an election before lunch is now seated on the state committee. We have 2 vacancies remaining, one in JD1 and one in JD5, that have been tabled for later consideration, a later time. We can discuss those whenever they come back up. Without objection, the next piece on our agenda was a discussion, a report from the Rules Committee and a discussion on the rules. That was scheduled to end by 12:45 per our special rules. Without objection, I'm going to allow for 1 hour of discussion on the rules at this time and turn it over to the chair of the Rules Committee, giving people a few moments to object. No objections. I didn't anticipate them. So, Mr. Kolste, I'm turning the floor over to you.
All right. So I am going to share my screen as soon as I get the rules subcommittee report up. Okay. So I'm going to sort of explain how I'm going to do this report as soon as I find the share button. All right, rules subcommittee report. All right, so everyone should be able to see this Word document. Okay, it's the rules subcommittee report. It's also in the portal. The first part is the recommendations from the rules subcommittee. There's a couple of other urgent ones that we've come across, and I'll mention those since you know they weren't distributed yet, so everyone can have an idea of what they were. And then there are amendments submitted by different members of the state committee. Some of them submitted more than one amendment, so we have to go in you know, rotate between each one, and so I'll do that. So first thing I'd like to do is make a motion to adopt the rules of the Libertarian Party as of August 30th, 2020, which was the rules of the interim state committee, and include amendments that are recommended by the rules subcommittee, which is all of these here, which is a lot of clarifications and some fixes in the amendments, some grammar. There's some other changes as well. Additionally, there was 3 others that have come up recently, and I'll briefly mention them regarding 681 on officer terms. That was a clarification about when they go through 8.1. We had to clarify that the committee chairs would end at the next organization meeting. Otherwise, if we appointed committees today, they would expire when the executive committee meets. So we had to fix that. And then the other one was missing the executive committee to mention state committee or executive committee because it's not clear whether it applies to both when it was intended to apply to both. So those, along with these amendments, I make that motion. I can't hear the chair.
Muted. I'm muted and had my camera turned off. So here, let's start that again. You have made a motion, Mr. Colsty, to accept the rules of the state of the interim state committee as adopted on August 30th with the amendments as listed. That does not require a second coming out of committee. So with that, I shall open the floor to discussion.
I am also writing the amendment, and I'll share my screen so everyone can see.
So you're writing your motion out.
Yeah, I'm writing the wording of the motion.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. While you're doing that, I am going to open the floor to any discussion. So if anybody would like to speak for or against these rules, bearing in mind that there are several amendments that we are also going to be considering, you will be free to do so at this time.
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen nobody who wishes to be recognized. I would say, TJ, I think we can vote on this.
Okay, I've got a poll saying, shall we adopt the rules of the Libertarian Party as adopted on August 30th, including the amendments presented by the Rules Subcommittee? How many minutes would you like that out there for?
3, please.
3 minutes. It is out there.
Wonderful, thank you. Those of you who were not able to vote in the last round and were elected to positions on the committee, you should be good now.
Or rather, you won't be invalid.
So,
I hate to call it out, but Mr. Whitmer, you only need to vote once, not 15 times.
oh, he voted 15 times? Oh my gosh. Dwayne. The button was a little sticky for me this time, which is why I got the 2 votes, but a refresh took care of it. I probably could have kept it to 2 minutes, TJ.
I can end it early if you want.
No, we'll give people, I told them 3 and we'll give them 3. Hmm, 16 duplicate votes, 15 of them are Mr. Whitmer. Yes, I know, 14 of them are technically Mr. Whitmer. Don't question my math. Mr. Whitmer was super in love with these rules changes, guys. He couldn't help himself. All right, so with 51 ayes and 1 nay, the rules of the Libertarian Party, including the amendments presented by the Rules Subcommittee, have been adopted. We have rules. Congratulations, everybody. That is worthy of a round of applause. Now that, yes, exactly. There you go, Mark. You know what you were talking about here. Now, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Colsey because now we do have amendments to these rules to consider.
All right, I am going to pull up the report again. Let's find that. There's the report. Okay, so I am going to mention who did that, and I guess the person who presented the motion can speak on it. But these were all distributed ahead of time. So let's see, share screen, Rules Subcommittee report. All right, so the first proposed amendment is from Daniel Donnelly. It is regards to county contacts, and he's proposing inserting the language, upon establishment of a county organization, the duly elected chair shall replace the county contact as the state committee's point person in a given county. So that's Daniel Donnelly's amendment, and is he here on the call?
I thought I saw, he was definitely here earlier. If
Yep.
he's here. So are you making a motion to adopt this amendment, Mr. Colsey?
I'm just reading the submissions of those who proposed it. I would guess that those who are proposing it would be making the motions to adopt. 'Cause this
Okay,
is
we
from a
can do
committee.
that, and those motions will require a second.
Correct.
So, I'm gonna assume that one's gonna be seconded, but Mr. Donnelly, if you'd like to speak and make that motion, I will recognize you at this time.
So, hold on a second.
No worries, take your time.
Do you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, thank you, sorry. Yes, this is just a prosaic matter. If we have an elected county organization with an elected chair, the county contact, who in practice is usually one and the same, the county contact is no longer needed. The state committee can interface with that county affiliate through the newly elected county chair.
okay, Mr. Donnelly, so you are making a motion to adopt your amendment?
Yes, I'm
Um,
moving to adopt this amendment.
Your motion was seconded by Mr. O'Connor and by Ms. Dordell. Is there any further discussion needed on this amendment? If anybody would like to speak for or against? Mr. Donnelly, I did give you an opportunity to speak for as you were making the motion. So I think that's probably sufficient. Hearing no discussion, we can move to a vote, and let's make it, let's make these quick. Let's make this 1 minute. Is that too quick?
I don't think so. So I've got, shall we adopt the Donnelly Amendment to Rule 9211 regarding county chair and county contact. Is that good enough?
That's good enough.
1 minute. And let me spell amendment correctly. There we go. It's out there.
I considered voting 15 times in memorial to Mr. Whitmer. He only voted one time this time. Dwayne, we love you. I do. We kid because we love you.
That's 1 minute.
Excellent. And we have results: 42 ayes, 6 nays. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Back to you, Mr. Colston.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So the next amendment is from Christopher Alinsky. It's basically to add a political director as an 11th position to the executive committee. So that is what he submitted, so.
Okay, Mr. Alinsky, would you like to make the motion and speak to it?
Am I unmuted now, Mr. Chair?
You are.
Okay, you know what, after further review, I'm not opposed if somebody else would like to make the motion themselves. We put out a poll. I believe this could be a position that could also be an appointed position. I do believe that it's a valuable position, but it's not something, you know, that I'm going to, you know, live or die on as to whether or not we actually adopt this as an executive position. I'm going to leave this motion up to somebody else to move. So if they choose.
Fair enough. Would anybody else like to make this motion? Dr. Calaty.
I would make the motion actually to either way, if they want to adopt it or let the chairman to make with the executive committee to appoint it, either one will be fine, but we should have it.
I'm going to ask for a point of information here. I believe a political director is specified in our organization. Correct? Mr. Colstein?
It is not specified anywhere, except
Okay, so we,
it was previously an appointed position. It was previously you know, we sought out candidates, vetted them, and then made an appointment. So that was the only thing we really did with this position in the past.
okay, so we could, if we went forward with this amendment, we would prescribe it in our rules and make them a member, a separate member of the executive committee. We have 2 requests for information, one from Mr. Geraci and one from Mr. Donnelly. Pietro, go up. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Chris. And what do you envision the political director does, as opposed to perhaps other members of the executive committee or subcommittees? What do you want the political director to do?
Yeah, Mr. Alinsky, you can answer that.
Yeah, I'm not really making the motion, but you know, the vision of the political director is somebody who's a main hub of communications that can bridge the gap across counties, across states, you know, nationally, as far as certain political issues that are going on that are all inclusive to what we need. Sorry,
Fair
I'm
enough.
failing on this one because I don't know what it is, but we do actually have somebody that is in the room that was our former political director, And I think that he might be a little bit more apt to speak as to what that role and that position is. Mr. Rich Patel is here. I do know that what it is it's somebody to mainly integrate people across multiple counties and state lines with a national level as far as the intimate political policies and situations that you know our voters are dealing with. But Rich is right here if you'd like to speak to it too, to give a little bit more of a background as to what his role was, being that he held this previous to our state party becoming official in 2018.
Before we do that, I'm going to address Mr. Colste's point of order, but then I will recognize Mr. Patel based on that.
Yes, this discussion is out of order because we don't have any motion on the floor.
We don't have any motion on the floor, and I'm allowing it because I believe this could determine whether or not we're going to have a motion on the floor. Defining it. That's why I'm allowing it. I agree that it is an out of order discussion. I'm okay with it for the moment. Mr. Patel, if you wanted to speak for 1 minute about what a political director would do, that would be great.
Everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, in the year and a half I did it in 2018 and 2019, before we had ballot access, there was candidate vetting, but that's really moot now because of our ability to petition and run in a different manner, even for the statewide races. But yeah, and I explained to Chris earlier today, he kind of explained it too. There is a lot of communication going on between national and the state. So any candidates that come to us through national, the website, through Kara Schultz, who works with the candidates on a national level, she'd communicate to me, I would communicate to her. You need to direct potential candidates to their respective counties and point of contact. So it's good to have an interface between the political director and development within each county. But to the point, though, I don't recommend this as a motion. I would say that this is better as an appointed position rather than adding it as something to the rules.
Fair enough. Thank you, Rich. There not being a motion on the floor, I am going to turn the floor back over to Mr. Kolste. And thank you for indulging us there, Mr. Patel.
There is a raised hand, Tony.
There is a raised hand. Is it
There
Mr.
was.
Cal-
Yeah, it went down.
Okay. I know that we have this. I will speak to this. I know that we've all informally discussed the political director. I don't think we're going to forget to appoint a political director. It's an important position. We all recognize that. Mr. Kolste, back to you.
All right. Okay. So the next one, share my screen again. Arrigo Amendment A. This is amendments in Article 13 and 14 regarding multi-county districts. If Rob Arrigo is here on the call.
Yes, I would like him to speak to this one.
Yes, I am here. Now, question for you, Andrew, because I don't know how you have this here before I get started. Did you merge these two together, or can we do 13 and 14 separately? Because it's a lot to talk about in a short period of time otherwise.
Well, 13 and 14 were merged because it's basically changing the process from in a multi-county decision-making for both enrolled libertarians and for non-enrolled libertarians.
Yes, it's also doing some other things in 14 for non-enrolled libertarians, like changing the action date.
The action date is
preferential treatment.
Yeah, the action date was is in the other amendment. So this is just changing it from a multi-county meeting to each county voting separately.
Yes, that's a large part of it. Okay, so let's talk about this together. How long do I have? 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. So if you weren't able to get sort of my rationale that I emailed out to the state committee only yesterday, let's talk about the state bylaws as they exist today. The bylaws as they exist right now, the ones that are passed without this amendment, make the process of endorsing both Libertarian Party candidates and outside candidates in multi-county districts. So think Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts, extremely, extremely difficult for county affiliates, organizations, and even the state committee that have multiple districts that cross through their county. That's number one. And number two, it unfairly allocates weighted vote based on the entire county's enrollment status, regardless of the number of municipalities within that voting jurisdiction. So we'll start with the latter one, and I'll give you an example. In Saratoga County, Assembly District 108 runs through Saratoga County. In Saratoga County, Assembly District 108 consists of one town, just one town in Saratoga County. According to these rules, Saratoga County will be able to vote with its entire weighted vote for the entire county, meaning I will have the largest weighted vote of the entire assembly district, despite having only one town in that assembly district. That is an unfair process. Number two, Saratoga County has 7 multi-county districts that run through it. We have 2 Senate districts, we have 2 congressional districts, and we have 3 assembly districts. Asking my county to hold 7 separate meetings and 7 different endorsement processes, organizing the schedules of candidates and other county organizations is simply too much to ask. Even for a very well-organized county like Saratoga, we have to be honest with ourselves. Our county affiliates have a hard enough time, many of them, holding regular monthly meetings. Asking them to hold 6 or 7, up to maybe even more, multi-county endorsement meetings is not meeting them where their skill level is at. So here's what my amendments do. My amendments streamline the process. Rather than have these multi-county meetings, instead the candidates travel to each county within the jurisdiction. The counties vote on the endorsement at a meeting within their jurisdiction individually and communicate that to the state level. The second thing my amendment does is it changes the weighted allocation in 2 ways. One, the number, rather than the number of enrolled libertarians, we switch that to the number of votes received by the gubernatorial candidate in the last gubernatorial election for the Libertarian Party. And number 2, we change the weight allocation from total county to simply the number of votes received within the municipalities in that political jurisdiction. So my one town example, rather than being able to vote with 450 times weight or wherever it is in these rules, right? That's the number of enrolled libertarians I have. Now I'll only be able to vote with the votes received in that town. So Rensselaer and Albany County will receive the majority weight and the majority weight in those districts simply because we've reallocated the weight more fairly across multi-county districts. Finally, what this amendment does is it changes the time in which cross-party endorsements need to be made. According to these bylaws as they exist now, any libertarian that walks out of the woods 7 days into petition season is able to block and demand a line is able to block a cross endorsement. Unfortunately, what that does is it makes it very difficult for county affiliates to actually vet, interview, and do petitions for people who are cross-endorsed candidates, because you're only leaving 5 weeks left in the process for us to have all that activity. So what the third part of my amendment for that purpose moves the deadline to 30 days prior to an election. If you're running for office as a libertarian, just in my experience, and you don't know that you're running 30 days prior to petition season, you may want to consider not running that year. Because most people that are running professional campaigns, regardless of party, will know months in advance that they want to run. And so if you're only getting into this thing a couple of days into petitioning season, my strong advice would be for you to wait for another election cycle. And so this amendment makes the process easier, it makes the process more fair, and it gives county affiliates and organizations more time to vet, screen, and cross-endorse non-libertarian candidates. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So Mr. Rigo, you're making a motion to adopt your amendment, correct?
Yes, sir.
That motion has already been seconded by Mr. Geraci. Mr. Colsey, you have a point of order? Or is that just your old one?
That's my old one.
Okay, cool. So clear it out when you get a chance. Mr. Phelan, you want to limit or extend debate, but I think that was in regards to Mr. Arrigo's time to speak to that. So I think we've addressed that. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. Mr. Brayman, then Mr. Kolsky, then Mr. Glogowski want to speak to this amendment. And then we have a lot of people in line to speak to this amendment. So why don't we get rolling? Mr. Brayman, you have a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on the Rules Committee. Oops. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're good.
Oops, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
I was on the Rules Committee this summer that came up with this proposal and that Mr. Arrigo is proposing to change. I support his proposal. It's more similar to an option that I had proposed originally in the Rules Committee this summer. This is the area, these two articles are the area where there was the most difficulty coming to agreement, and where we on the Rules Committee all agreed that we needed a discussion of the larger state committee in order to really understand how we should proceed. So we appreciate everybody on the state committee paying attention to this debate and participating. And I'm very grateful that there are so many opinions voiced. I was in a congressional district this year that had a big problem because of a certificate of authorization that was being requested, and significant differences between several of the counties, Broome County and my county, Madison, were in significant disagreement. There were other smaller counties that were also in disagreement about how the voices of smaller counties and organized counties should be represented. I don't think this is the final word that we're going to reach. Mr. Arrigo's amendment moves the game forward. It improves things for the reasons that he said, especially the simplification of the process. And I'm not 100% sure that he accurately described one of the deficiencies in the rule that we all just passed. I do think there is a little bit of proportional representation of different sized towns built into that rule, but I definitely think that it's complicated, and his proposal makes things less complicated. There are two things that I think we will eventually need to change about even Mr. Arrigo's rule. One is the assignment of weighting according to the vote in the most recent gubernatorial election. That's already 2 years ago. We're going to find that that representation of libertarians in different counties in the state has changed considerably over the last 2 years. And we may want to take into consideration not just the gubernatorial elections, but the presidential election. And finally, in terms of actually using that, the simplicity of actually using those numbers may not be as easy as Mr. Arrigo suggests. I have, well, where we're sitting now in the Onondaga.
Mr. Brayman, I've let you go pretty far here, but you're well over the minute you were allocated.
All right, I can give up at that point. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
No worries. Mr. Colsey, you wish to speak for? Do you have anything else you need to say?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said so far. I think it's a good motion or a good amendment that will streamline the process, make things easier so we can, focus on candidates and campaigns. So that's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Glogowski.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah, I'm opposed to this. I'd like to broaden everybody's perspective in terms of what the problem is. The problem is a 1964 United States Supreme Court decision that caused all of this splitting of the assembly districts and the Senate districts into multiple counties. There's the problem. We should be still having both of them follow county lines, and especially the assembly district should be within a single county. If you look at Oneida and like the Assembly District 101, it travels through 7 counties, splitting them, touching some. This is an absurd situation that we should actually focus on as a group. And I would like to see this situation sit there as a sore point, because the consequence of those few towns that have been split off is that they actually have no representation anywhere, not in their county that they live in, and not in the other groups, because they're only such a small portion of those other districts that they're ignored. And I would like the Libertarians to focus exclusively on the disproportionation of the counties in terms of their representation, to the point where in the last 20 years, the number of calls for splitting the state and for redividing it into regions and for actually collapsing the legislation into a single body, they keep increasing. And they keep increasing because of the fact that the counties are split into multiple districts and towns are split off and they're not even kept with the counties. We need to take and I would say vote this down so it stays in the forefront of our mind that we have a change in our structure for our state government that we now have to comply with as an organization, and we shouldn't have to worry about this because all the county, all the Senate and Assembly districts were on county lines. And I think we need to focus on that and just turn this down so it's a constant reminder to us of what our number one job is, and that's to return regional representation to the state government.
Thank you, Dr. Glogowski. Mr. Geraci, you want to speak for? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge the committee to vote to adopt these amendments. First of all, it doesn't make sense to heap an additional responsibility onto county affiliates to try and call a joint county meeting to try and cross-endorse or endorse candidates, especially when the rules simply say that any chair of any county within the jurisdiction can call that meeting and then everybody else has to comply with it. I think it makes more sense to give responsibility to the candidate to have to go and meet with each county organization and get their approval. I also agree that the vote should be weighted. We had a situation between Orange and Westchester counties where we each cross-endorsed different candidates for Congress. And despite Orange County being completely encompassed within CD 18, Westchester only having a smidgen of territory in that district, the two votes canceled each other out. And while I am glad actually that that happened because our candidate misled our affiliate, it doesn't make sense that they got to completely cancel us. And I do think that should be a weighted vote. And therefore, I believe these amendments should be adopted.
Great, thank you. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First things first, with all due respect to Dr. Glogowski, we can't fix a 1964 Supreme Court case. That's a windmill. We're not in a position to tilt at the moment. Rob Arrigo gave us all the very specific details, but I'll hit two very simple highlights. One, this amendment just creates an easier and simpler system. And two, it's a far more fair way of voting on this. This is all upside and no downside.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Carr.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to encourage everyone to vote in favor of this amendment, as it goes a long way to improve the fairness of the entire process. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arrigo, I'll let you speak for one more minute on your motion, if you'd like.
Sure. I just want to quickly address comment. I have a lot of sympathy and respect for what he's talking about in terms of proportional representation within the state of New York. It is unfair. The 1964 Supreme Court Reynolds case should be overturned, but we're not in a position to deal with that. We can't deal with things the way we wish them to be. We have to deal with things the way they are in reality. And the reality is that we need to create an easier and fairer process for all the county affiliates to participate in the endorsement process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arrigo. I see that two people have called the question. Without objection, I'm going to move this to a vote. TJ, whenever you are ready.
I'm ready. 1 minute or two.
Let's make it 1 minute. That worked really well.
Okay. Shall we
Yeah.
adopt the Rigo amendment to rules 13 and 14 regarding multi-county districts? 1 minute is submitted.
Yes, the poll is done with 39 ayes and 11 nays and 2 abstentions. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Kolsky, back to you.
Okay. I am going to share my screen again for the next amendment. Let me just pull it from here. This is Tucker Coburn's amendment right here. His amendment is to strike of enrolled libertarians in the title of Article 13 and add a new section to Article 13 saying anyone seeking to be a candidate of the Libertarian Party must be enrolled as a Libertarian or obtain proof of a pending change to Libertarian, and then strike the entirety of Article 14. Generally, basically what this is doing, this is proposal, and Daniel Donnelly did have a similar proposal. Tucker's proposal is basically to prohibit the endorsement of candidates who are not enrolled in the Libertarian Party. I don't know if Tucker's here to
He's
speak on
not.
this.
He's not here to speak on this. I will accept the nomination out of committee, though. Any discussion?
This
on
isn't recommended from committee.
This is not recommended from committee? Would
Why would-
anybody like to make this motion then? If you would like to make this motion, feel free to hop in the motions queue. I'm going to give people about 30 seconds to do that before we move on. Mark, nobody's actually made the motion, so you can't speak for it. Daniel, there's nothing to second because nobody's actually made the motion. Mr. Donnelly, you want to make this motion?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I pressed the
Okay,
wrong
do we
button
have-
there.
No worries, but we need a second on it, isn't you?
Go to Porcupine Creek.
No, I see that Dr. Glogowski has seconded it. Thank you, Dr. Glogowski. You are in line to speak for.
Yes, I've been very supportive of the concept that the Libertarian Party is here for the support of libertarians and to get libertarians in office. I've seen over the course of my involvement with the party, other parties using our line for their benefit. And most of the time it's at the detriment of our own candidates. So I would like to see us actually adopt a policy that if you want to be a candidate on our party line, you have to be a member of our party. I know other parties do this, and it's not inconceivable. And I think we should do the same thing other parties do, is just make that as our rule. If you want to be a party candidate, you have to be a party member.
Before we move to other people speaking against it, and I know Mr. Arrigo, you're in line to speak against it, but you also have an objection. And I'm wondering if you speaking against it is going to satisfy your objection or if you object to the consideration at all.
Oh, my apologies. That was an error on my end. So I do not have an objection.
No worries. Then we will go to Mr. Cole.
Tony, just real quick, can you indulge me for 1 second here? I'm just going to remute everybody, and then Tony, you're gonna have to just unmute yourself.
Here we go. I'm unmuted.
Thank you.
Mr. Cole.
Fred's up, right?
Yep, Fred's up.
Okay.
Mr. Cole?
Thank you. So just so everybody's clear on what this amendment does, this amendment says no cross endorsements, period. You know, I get it. We don't want to be the Working Families Party. But this will not solve the problem. And passing this amendment simply is not practical.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Arrigo?
I am speaking, how you doing? I am speaking against this motion. Not only will it not solve the problem, people have to understand there's nothing that we can do to prevent another candidate from another party to get our line, because there is something called the opportunity to ballot process. Meaning if we are dumb enough as a party not to put up a candidate, anybody can go and collect write-in signatures to get on the line. And in fact, this happens all the time to the Green Party, who prohibits cross endorsements. And so what we're effectively doing is accomplishing nothing. And worse, we're making it harder for parties like myself in Saratoga County to accomplish legislative changes, which we found a system that I want to talk about later, where we're able to use our line as a weapon for good to extract legislative concessions from politicians when we don't have an active Libertarian Party member running in that race. It's a great strategy. We've been able to knock down pay raises. We've been able to knock down Airbnb regulations. We've been able to knock down violating the property tax cap, all by using our line as a weapon for good. I'm happy to teach anybody how to do it. It's effective. It's a great strategy. Don't take away my weapon. If you want to stop cross endorsements in your county, God bless you. Go right ahead. But don't tell my county what to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arrigo. Mr. Geraci?
Yes, it pisses me off.
We're going to mute you, Mr. Arrigo.
I think this amendment is a horrible idea for the reasons stated, as well as my own reasons, which include the fact that we can coalition build. We can cooperate with other parties, not necessarily the major parties, but the smaller parties. Maybe we can run a fusion candidate who has the Libertarian, the Green, the SAM, the Independents, this wonderful small party fusion ticket that would be able to attract voters from all those parties and perhaps have better footing against the R's and the D's. And even if we were to go and cross endorse Republicans and Democrats, it's helped us in Orange County. We cross endorsed somebody and then their daughter registered Libertarian. And no, that was not a quid pro quo. But that is what happened, and they were at our convention. We invited our cross-endorsed candidates to attend our county convention. They took our line seriously. They actually care about our line, and they didn't just discard us once they got it. They helped make our convention better. It was better for Libertarian attendees as well as non-Libertarian attendees, and it helps our affiliates grow. And to the last point, I don't think it's right to tell county affiliates what to do. If county affiliates want to cross endorse, they can cross endorse. If they want to ban cross endorsements, they can ban cross endorsements. And I know there's concern about infiltrators getting on the Libertarian line, but you know what? We have a mechanism against that. It's 15.3.3 in the rules. If somebody on the state committee objects to that nomination, the state committee can vote to override and cancel the nomination. So we already have something against infiltrators. Therefore, I see no reason to pass this amendment, and I urge the committee to vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Geraci. Mr. Brayman, you have a point of order before we move on to a couple of more people who want to speak to this?
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
It's just that I believe that Robert's rules admonishes the chair to alternate between those speaking for and against the amendment.
Yeah.
And we also actually put it into our special rules of order that you should be doing that.
Yep, and that's my error. I apologize. On future motions, I will make sure that I remedy that. That's my. You're not the only one to. You're not the only one to tell me, Mark.
You have a hand raised too, Tony.
Yep, and I'm going to get to that after I get to Mr. Patel speaking for. Then I will get to the hand raised. Then Mr. Donnelly speaking for. Mr. Patel.
Last year, we tried the experiment of requiring that the state committee had to release the certificate of authorizations, and we found several instances where local counties. We had some bogus committees that of, a group that was supposedly able to authorize those candidates. And we actually took one to Supreme Court. Mr. Anderson helped me win an objection against Claudia Tenney, who tried to take the line from an enrolled libertarian we had in Tioga County. So that's going to happen again. It's going to be expensive. I think we have to make a choice one way or another. Either get rid of this section entirely, or I'm sorry, open this section up entirely and just say the counties can do it of their own control, because the state committee control just isn't working. It's going to put us into the same jam of we're going to get into a battle to challenge things in court if the state committee doesn't agree with what happened in the county. Make the county police themselves, or eliminate the process altogether. I'm in favor of the latter. I just think the hazards of cross endorsement are just going to continue to bite us. And I think it's better to just walk away from it completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. I'm going to recognize Dr. Calachi.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with Mr. Robert Arrigo as well as Pedro Grassi. We should keep the line open, but I'm agree with both of them on their statements.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Donnelly, you want to speak for?
Do I have what, 2 minutes?
One
1
minute,
minute?
but I mean, be reasonable.
Yeah. Well, just to say that ours is supposed to be the party of principle. We cannot very well be the party of principle if we are selling our line to whoever has the most clout to get it from parties other than our own. Mind you that most politicians in the parties other than our own just look at our line as just another one to play ballot bingo. And if you tell them that we will not support their opponent because we do no cross endorsements, then this is really what they want to hear. We have had some bad experiences even in JD9 with cross endorsements. I will drop no names, but we had one candidate say that he would commandeer our line whether we liked it or not. And that was not in response to us demoing. He just said that he would do that. And guess what? In any given county, the established parties have the apparatus to do that. So let us not give to them that wherewithal, and let us be the party of principle, which we're supposed to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Tate, I'm going to skip over your calling of the question because we have one more person that needs to speak. And I have a feeling she's going to be brief. Ms. Thompson.
I'd just like to say, in the spirit of decentralization, I think these decisions should be left to each individual county.
Great, thank you very much. I shall now end debate without objection. I had a feeling that that's how that was going to go. Let's move to a vote on adopting the Coburn Amendment as put forth by Mr. Donnelly.
All right, the poll will be out there for 1 minute starting now.
Thank you.
And you have results?
Excellent, thank you. With 13 ayes and 35 nays, this amendment fails. Thank you all. Mr. Cole, you have a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're sitting around a table here. I think 90 seconds might work better than 60 seconds because sometimes it takes half a minute for the vote to load. And I understand I share the desire to keep things moving, but I think 90 seconds might be better than 60.
TJ, is that possible? Is it possible to do a minute and a half, or do you have to do a whole number of minutes?
It is possible, but I'd put it out there as 2 minutes, then change it to a minute and a half. I don't have it just in my drop down. I only got 1 and 2 minutes. But
That's fine. Then for the rest of these amendments, let's do that. That point is well taken, Mr. Cole. Thank you.
Okay, 90 seconds it will be.
Okay. Mr. Colsty, back to you.
Let me unmute myself. Okay. So the next amendment is Donnelly Amendment B, which I will paste right here, so everyone should see that. Basically adding to 9.2.2, saying every duly chartered county organization or county committee every year will transmit to the state committee documentation of all public meetings held. Such documentation will record of what notices were dispatched to constituents, when said notices were dispatched, and through which mediums, said meetings, agendas, and attendance records. Upon receipt of review of satisfactory documentation, the state committee will dispatch to the county organization or county committee in question an embossed charter renewed for the following calendar year.
Terrific. Mr. Brayman, I'm sorry, Mr. Donnelly, that amendment is from you. That would require a second. Would anybody like to second that motion from Mr. Donnelly? There's a second from Mr. Tate. Mr. Donnelly, would you like to speak to your, I'll let you speak to your motion, and then Mr. Cole, I'll recognize to speak against.
Sure, thank you. Just very briefly, we already had the requirements in our rules for the county organizations to hold quarterly meetings, but there was no follow-up with the state committee, no procedures for how to follow up with the state committee. So this proposal is just to specify what follow-up there will be from each county committee so that we can keep track that they are following their requirements for as specified in the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Cole, you have asked to speak against.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep this short and sweet. This is really unnecessary regulation on local county orgs. Come on, meetings, attendance records. This is completely draconian. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Because we have someone in line to speak for, I'm going to recognize Mr. Geraci, who has a proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to amend this amendment to say that the county organization or county committee should have this documentation to be available upon request by the state committee, but they shouldn't be mandated to send it. It should just be available just to have for records. Yeah, so I move to amend to just have the information available upon request.
So I want to clarify, your proposed amendment is to change the wording here to take the language that requires the local county organization to transmit these documents, but rather compels them to have these documents available, correct? Is there a second to considering this amendment? There is a second from Mr. Alinsky. So we shall move to discussion on whether or not we are going to consider this amendment. So, Mr. Alinsky, there's a request for information.
Hi, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, the latter half here of your amendment here, where it says an embossed charter renewed for the following calendar year. I guess I'm looking for some clarification on that as to whether or not that would potentially, let's say there was an instance where this charter was,
I'm going to interrupt you, Mr.
awarded.
Alinsky.
Yes.
I'm going to interrupt you. Put a pin in that because we have an amendment on the floor that we're considering, and yours is speaking to the main motion.
I am, but I'm looking to make another amendment to the amendment if I could.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why I asked.
Then I'll indulge. Then I'll indulge. If that's your goal, I'll indulge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As it stands, Daniel, with this second part here, that I think would still be in part with Petro's amendment, would this prevent a potential county from keeping their charter in the instance that they would have otherwise neglected to follow their duties and their roles and could otherwise be dechartered? I guess what I'm saying is the way that reads to me is that their charter will hold out to the end of the next calendar year, regardless of whether or not they are in dereliction of duty. Thank you.
This would prevent a counter county committee, a fraudulent county committee. As we know, we had that that concern this past cycle that there was a county organization which was not that which had been chartered by the Libertarian Party of New York. So this clause addresses that concern.
Tony, you're muted.
I'm still here, but I'm not sure that answers my question, or maybe I have not worded my question clearly. I think I understand what you're saying, where this would, say that there's only one constituted county committee. However, if that county committee were to then become, derelict in duties, it says, they're used, the way that you have it written here is that their charter should be renewed for the following calendar year. Does this prevent them from being held accountable for responsibilities of duty otherwise? Thank you.
Currently, the county committees only have the obligation to meet 4 times a year or to hold quarterly meetings. And as we know in practice, successful county organizations will meet more frequently than that, much more frequently than that. So asking for 4 meetings per year is not too onerous a burden. And that being fulfilled, the chartering is just a touchstone provision, just so that the counties can have our assurance that they are following the provisions of the rules to which the rules which govern the party.
So I'm going to try to move this along because I know we have a hard stop in about 10 minutes. Mr. Donnelly, I want to make it seems like your proposal was similar to like Boy Scout troop chartering, similar to what they do in the BSA. Am I correct? You don't know because you don't know the BSA. It's what
No.
it sounds like.
I've never been in the board.
The process is very similar. So that's where I was going with that.
Chairman,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to remind you, I think Mr. Daniel Donnelly had the amendments. And then amendment had an amendment and that have amendment. I don't think that's that's should be allowed. So please, let's work on the amendment. Amendment cannot have amendments.
You can actually, you can amend an amendment. I wanted to make sure that we didn't go down that. I wanted to make sure we weren't going down that path. It doesn't sound like we are. It sounds like we may have a second amendment after we resolve this amendment, but your point is well taken, Dr. Kelly. Thank you. Is there anybody in line to speak for or against the Geraci amendments?
The chairman, what I was saying by the man, I said, Mr. Donnelly, who made the amendment, he's the only one can change the amendments unless we have a new amendments. You cannot have amendment out of amendment and amendment.
You're muted, Mr. Chair.
And you're the one I was looking for. Ms. Harlos, I'm going to go, ask you, is it in order to amend an amendment to the rules?
Yes, your original motion of the amendment to the rules, it's confusing people because it has the word amendment in it, but it's a main motion. It's to amend something previously adopted. And you can have 2 layers of amendments to that motion.
And currently we have 1 layer of amendment to that motion. And there are several people in line to talk to that, including somebody to amend. So we're going to start with the point of order. Peyton? And thank you, Ms. Harlos. I should have thanked you for that. Mr.
I
Kunkelman.
was just going to comment on that like exact thing. So just please disregard that.
Okay, awesome. I believe the last person to jump in line for the main motion was Ms. Dordal. So Mr. Arrigo, it looks like you're in line to speak against the amendment, the consideration of the amendment.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Tony. Let me start by saying the amendment is certainly an improvement from the first proposal. However, it doesn't solve the problem, and neither does the first proposal. The issue isn't putting in rules to enforce having things that every county organization should have, minutes, attendance sheets, and so forth. The issue is that we need to coach people up on their political skill. We're falling down in these areas, not because the rules don't exist, but because we're failing to coach, to train, and to do the things to improve the quality of our activists in our organization. And so a great example of it is that we have a rule at the state that says you have to meet monthly. Nobody's enforced. And because nobody's enforcing it and we're not offering any coaching, what happens? County organizations and affiliates don't meet monthly. And so adding more layers and more rules on top of it will not solve the problem. The problem will only be solved when the state party takes an actual committed stance and effort to train up their political activists. And so I'm against.
Thank you, Mr. Arrigo. I see no one in line to speak for this. Mr. Tate, I assume you're in line to speak for the original motion, correct? We have Mr. Pellegrino in line to speak for the amendment. Mr. Pellegrino, you are recognized.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I think it's not a bad idea at all to do this, because all it's saying is that if the executive committee, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if they request to say your chairman of your county, say, hey, can you let us know the info about your meetings? You know, I mean, there's no reason. I see no reason to oppose submitting that information to the state committee. And that's really it. This is not demanding that we have meetings, just whatever meetings you had, you must have taken some notes, submit the notes. So, I mean, if I'm misunderstanding, then, maybe some more clarification would be helpful, but I don't see an issue with this at all.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Pellegrino. Mr. Dunn, I believe you are looking to speak against the amendment. Mr. Dunn, you should be unmuted.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I'm in a county that does not have an organization, and I run up against it being hard enough to get people to step up and take responsibility as it is. Having this documentation, whether it is required or not, to send it into the state organization is punitive and discourages participation. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brayman, you are next in line with a commit or refer.
Yes, I would like to move to refer this motion to a committee, to the Rules Committee. We're approaching the time for our hard stop. This doesn't seem to me to be a crucial rule for the functioning of the state committee or for any county committees in the next month or so. I'd like to remind everyone that we can make rules changes with as little as about a week advance notice. And we could hold another meeting via Zoom also with about a week advance notice. So there's really no urgency to making decisions on these amendments or the rule itself. And yeah, anyway, I hope that the chair will observe the orders of the day after just getting in this motion to commit. Maybe.
So I will call that in order, Mr. Brayman. There's been a motion to refer this matter to a Rules Committee. It has been seconded by Mr. Olensky and Mr. O'Connor. I believe it's debatable. Ms. Harlos, if I really
Yes,
want
it
to be,
is.
I really wanted to be wrong about that.
But you are indeed correct, Mr. Chair.
Shucks. Would anybody like to speak to the referral of this whole matter to a Rules Committee?
I've put myself in queue so you can keep track of where it was.
Thank you. Mr. Councilman, if you'd like to speak for, but very briefly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, I look at it like this. It gives us more time to fine tune it and makes it less of a headache for us. As Dr. Brayman said, it's not necessary to go about this in the next coming month. Like, we have time, and I think that fine tuning it will be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dordal, you would like to speak against?
I don't think that we have time to waste. I believe that this is totally unnecessary. I think that county affiliates should have independence to operate, and that if anybody is going to oversee them, it should be the county development committee.
I'm gonna put up. I'm gonna.
Anyone else. I think we should resolve this now and get it over with, and not keep pushing things back. To continue to debate them after we've already spent a lot of time here debating it.
Thank you, Ms. Dordal. Mr. Anderson, you have the floor to speak for.
I speak for referring this to committee, Mr. Chair. This is minutia that is intended for committee work, not for the full committee. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion to commit or refer? Mr. O'Connor, it looks like you want to speak for.
Okay, yeah, I just want to speed up this process. I do believe it's minutia, and I would like to see it referred to a Rules Committee.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion to commit or refer? Wonderful. Let's move to a vote on it.
Okay, shall we commit this rule amendment 9.2.2 to the Rules Subcommittee for further consideration?
Yes.
And I will put it out there for 2 minutes and then change it to 90 seconds.
Perfect.
It is on its way. And it's been updated to 90 seconds.
Thank you. Did it actually go down to 90 seconds or did it stick at 2?
So on the server, it's at 90 seconds and it won't accept any more votes after that. I think the countdown timers take the original 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to do that.
I think practically we'll do future votes at 2 minutes.
Okay.
But let's not confuse people because now the vote will be closed, correct?
Correct. And it is closed at this point.
Okay.
It's just not showing it.
With 41 ayes and 8 nays, oh, there it goes. 41 ayes, 8 nays. This matter is committed to the Rules Subcommittee for further consideration. Thank you very much, committee. So anyone's looking to speak for or against or amend that amendment can probably clear their motions out. Mr. Colstein?
All right, the next one is Arrigo Amendment B, which is on the screen regarding time period. So this is what Rob submitted, so.
Mr. Bremen, you have a motion for orders of the day. Time has expired for the Rules Committee.
Yes, that was my point of order, or my call for the orders.
Fair enough. Time has expired for the Rules Committee. So the rest of this should be referred to a future meeting. Mr. Bonsall, you have a motion to amend something previously adopted. Mr. Bonsall, you should be able to unmute yourself at this point.
Chairman, it's by mistake.
No. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Thank you. We have a point of parliamentary inquiry that I'm going to recognize first from Mr. Bremen.
So in the original special rules, we specified that at the end of the rules portion of the agenda, there would be a roll call vote. That was when we were having an in-person meeting. I'm not sure that that is at all necessary. I just want to verify from TJ and the like that there is a record of who voted for all these rules, The reason that we put that in was so that there would be a legal documentation of who all supported the rules, just in case there was ever any kind of legal question about the authority. But if that's all in the record of the Porcupine, then we don't need to worry about it.
And all those votes are recorded in Porcupine, Mark. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, TJ.
You are correct.
Excellent. We have Mr. Anderson calling for orders of the day. Mr. Anderson?
Orders of the day.
So the next thing on our agenda would be to move to, let's look at our agenda, shall we, guys? The next thing at our agenda will be the election of the officers and 5 members at large of the executive committee. I also have, we also have somebody asking for recess. I'm going to ask you to all indulge me here for a few minutes, and while we do not go to recess, we will stand at ease in a few minutes. Mr. Arrigo has a request for information, which I will recognize right now.
As it pertains to the bylaws, there are important amendments that need to be discussed and potentially adopted prior to the process for endorsing candidates within the party and without. My question is, if we're not doing that today, will there be an opportunity to do that before January, which is really when the process for interviews should begin to take place?
The short answer on that I can tell you is yes, there will be that opportunity.
You have a hand raised, Tony.
I do. Dr. Calaty.
Chairman, actually, I'm going to wait for Mr. Anderson and you come up to the at large. I want to nominate a couple of the people.
Okay, yeah, we got a little ways to go before that, so.
Thank you, Chairman.
No worries. And Mark, is that still your outstanding point of parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Excellent. Then if you will indulge me, Mr. Mata, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Is our special guest in a queue, has he joined yet?
No.
Okay. He's supposed to be joining right about now. So we're going to just stand here at ease for a couple of minutes while we are waiting for a special guest who will be addressing our convention.
Yes. RTV convention. So then, did he do?
I do want to take a moment of privilege here to commend once again everybody for how orderly this is and how well this debate is going. We're all using the microphone queue very well. It's going great. I love how this is going. This is super. You're a funny guy, Mr. Olinsky. You're a funny guy.
I literally laughed out loud at that one.
So did I.
Tony, you're muted. I don't know if you know that.
Yes, I was seeing where our special guest was. They were actively joining the Zoom. I pretty much interrupted them. Mr. Olensky, you have a request for information while we wait.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're all here waiting for our special guest to join, those of us here in Syracuse have been graced with Mr. Garachi's harmonica playing. And I'm just wondering if the rest of the body would like to listen along while we're patiently waiting.
Harmonica or bagpipes? Okay, harmonica. I mean, you're welcome to do so, Pietro. But I'm definitely going to cut you off and mute you as soon as our special guest shows up.
Oh, I guess I'm doing this now.
Yes, you are. Oh, did you expect me to say no?
I just gotta think of something. Thank you.
Well done, Pietro.
Normally I play that on bagpipe, so I don't usually play on harmonica, but thank you. Do we know any others?
So you did not bring the bagpipes to Syracuse. Okay, we're going to be at ease for 2 more minutes. Just getting some things logistically set, and then we will be raring to go. Thank you all for your patience and indulgence. By the way, thank you, Pietro, for playing something in the public domain since this is on YouTube. We do not want to get this removed. Mr. Mata, I assume still nothing yet?
Nothing yet.
It might be Artie or Tom that you get instead of our guest's name.
Yeah, no, I'm just not, there's nobody there.
Okay. Fair enough. I would have moved us on to nominations for chair, but I will be handing the gavel off to Mr. Minogue when we move to that point. So that will happen after our special guest. I've been assured that it is 2 minutes away or less at this point.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. So our special guest is here. So New York Libertarians, it is my distinct and unique honor to welcome to our convention and organizing meeting our vice presidential candidate, Mr. Spike Cohen. Spike, thank you very much for coming to New York, and thank you very much for joining us.
Hey, thank you, Tony. Thank you for having me, and thank you to the New York Libertarian Party for inviting me to your convention.
Great.
And folks, you know, go ahead.
No. I was going to say, the floor is yours. Speak to us.
Well, I am actually. We are. If you hear the GPS in the background, I apologize. We actually just left a meet and greet in Staten Island, and we are going to. And the irony of me talking about Staten Island and Manhattan with my southern accent is not lost on me, I assure you. But we're now headed to Manhattan. I'm going to be giving a speech in downtown in Manhattan with Larry Sharp and some other folks that are running down ballot there. So I can't wait to do that. And folks, I'm just honored to have people like you and throughout in all 50 states, but to see what y'all are doing at the state level, to see what the New York Libertarian Party has been able to accomplish, to see what you've been able to do in the face of King Cuomo and his his winged monkeys in the legislature, and to see as they continue to ratchet up the pressure. Know that the reason that they're ratcheting up the pressure, know that the reason that they keep increasing the ballot access requirements is because they feel you breathing down their neck. They know that their time is up soon, and they're just delaying the inevitable. They're doing everything they can to try to stifle you and stymie you and slow you down and hopefully demoralize you, because they know that the only hope that they have left to be able to keep you from becoming the party that takes them and their friends, the Republicans, out of office is you and to make you feel like it's not possible to win. Well, the reality is we're seeing across people that have never even heard of libertarianism in this state and in all 49 other states and DC that are opening up to our message. Joe Jorgensen and I are running on making America free and on putting the power back in your hands, taking that power and that wealth and that freedom and that money that has been stolen from you by the Republicrats and putting it back in your hands where it always belonged. And the American people are connecting with it. You know, at a time when our opponents are hiding in their bunkers and basements from the wrath of the American people who are taking to the streets to express their displeasure at what's going on in this country, we're going out into the streets and talking with everyday Americans and listening to their concerns and showing them how the libertarian way is the way forward, how maximizing human liberty and how a market and a people set free is the solution to the problems that we are facing. And it is being received better than it ever has before. The Republicrats, as always, are overplaying their hands, putting forward terrible candidates. And this is our opportunity to show the American people that the way to heal the divide and the way to bring prosperity back into our communities and a way to get over this absurd lockdown that has happened and everything else that has happened in between and to end police brutality and to end these wars and to end the war on drugs and to end everything else is to put the power back in the people's hands. And that's only going to come from voting Libertarian, not just for Joe and me, but for Libertarians up and down the ballot in all 50 states. And I am just honored for what y'all are doing. And I just want you to know, we are winning. We are getting there. And keep plowing forward, keep running for offices, keep agitating for advocacy and for policies and for legislation to be put on your referendums and in your city councils and in your county council meetings and everything else. Keep pushing. Push and push and push. Keep telling your friends and your loved ones and your colleagues about the libertarian message, because we're the only ones that have a compelling message that show how we can fix these things. So that's really all I wanted to say. I didn't want to give a huge long speech, and I don't have a bunch of graphs and charts and stuff like that. I just wanted to tell you, you are winning. Keep plowing forward. We're going to end the Republic gravy train in our time, and it starts with you, and I'm grateful to have you all as allies in this fight. Now let's go win this thing.
Thank you very much, Spike. We really appreciate what you're doing. I know that these are tough times to be running for president and doing a 50-state campaign, but we appreciate it. You doing this is really helping us keep our ballot access here. So I see us as a team, and thank you. I don't think he can unmute himself. There he goes. Well, he's gone now. That was worth a few minutes of recess, I thought. We moved to the, go on. Someone was asked to be recognized.
No, you're good, Tony.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the next point in our agenda. The election of the officers and 5 members at large of the executive committee. For the first election of the officers, I shall be handing the gavel over to the second vice chair of the interim state committee, Mr. Stephen Minogue. Mr. Minogue, you are now the you are now the acting chair for the purpose of the election of the chair of the Libertarian Party.
All right, thank you, Tony. At this time, we're going to start obviously by voting on the chair's race. I know we have 2 confirmed candidates that have accepted. Are there any nominations from the floor?
We have to now. I think we still have to nominate those, even if we've already accepted, or we have to accept their nominations from the floor.
Okay. Well, then I will wait for a motion then to nominate the 2 candidates that we know are running for chair. Somebody make a motion, please. We joined the queue. Okay, got it. All right. Peyton Kunzelman is up first. He has here it is, a nomination. Peyton?
Thank you, Steve. I would like to make the nomination of one Anthony DeRazio for chairman of the LPNY.
All right. Mr. DeRazio, you accept the nomination?
I do.
Perfect. And all right. I believe Daniel Donnelly seconded. All right. Any other nominations? Watching in the queue. I see Dan Donnelly, you're seconding. What are you seconding, or do you want to make a nomination? Never mind, he's gone now. All right. Jimmy Dayton, I'll recognize you.
I would like to nominate Cody Anderson.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, do you accept?
Mr. Chair, I do. Thank you.
All right. Perfect. Thank you so much. So we have Mr. DeRazio and Mr. Anderson. I'm looking for any other motions or any other nominations in the queue. All right. Hearing none. We have our 2 candidates for chair. Yay. So we're going to give each candidate, what are we doing, 3 minutes? 3 minutes to speak? And we will start with Mr. Durazio.
Thank you,
Did
Mr.
say
Chair.
Paul? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tony Durazio. I am the current chair. I was the past chair of the ISC. You've heard my voice all day long. I won't bore you too long with this. I've served in leadership in this party for the last several years in both the corporation and in the ISC. Most recently as chair of the ISC, before that the first vice chair of the ISC. I have led nominations. I have been the de facto political director of the ISC in 2019, where we put over 200 libertarians on the ballot and won a lot of races. I've been a candidate for office twice. I have a plan to focus on candidates, focus on county development, focus on fundraising, which we are already doing a great job on, and basically growing the party in our state. We have a huge task ahead of us this year, and that is getting Joe Jorgensen the 2% or 135,000, whichever is greater. That's a daunting task. I know we're up to it. We got enough votes with Gary Johnson. We need to get out there and we need to convert those votes. That is our job one. Job two is making sure that we grow this party and we have the resources to continue growing this party going forward. I have a plan to do that, and I thank you very much in advance for your support. We have a fantastic team here, and I'm really proud to serve with all of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. We are now going to go to Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you have 3 minutes to address the body.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, State Committee members and Libertarian brothers and sisters. My name is Cody Anderson, and I'm a candidate for the chair of the LPNY State Committee. The LPNY State Committee now has recognized county organizations in more than half of New York's counties. Somewhat ironically, local organizers were not given any instructions other than to get 9 libertarians in a room to hold a convention. They were given no guidance regarding fundraising. They were given no instructions on how to navigate the Byzantine maze of election law and file for proper campaign finance disclosure. They were given no instructions on how to organize around election districts and become autonomous county committees. In short, many of our county organizations lack the direction and state leadership to help them transform from groups of libertarians having meetings to powerful local advocates for libertarian policies and candidates. As a business owner who relies on the trust of his clients, I understand the importance of promises made and delivering on those promises. I was appointed county contact for Columbia County shortly after the Rochester FLP convention. My first attempt at an ICO convention in June 2019 failed by 2 attendees. We held a meeting every month following our June meeting to keep the momentum going, sent direct mailings to Libertarian Party enrollees, and doubled my county's enrollment. My efforts resulted in a successful convention in December 2019. COVID notwithstanding, we have had monthly meetings since and have successfully raised over $1,500 to date, the biggest treasury raised solely from libertarians of any county in New York State to further CCLP's ongoing outreach and enrollment efforts. This past March, I was honored to be elected to a vacancy on the interim state committee. I immediately saw that the state committee wasn't asking for money. Rather than complain, I fixed it. The funding committee implemented my suggestion to seek monthly pledges to the LPNY, resulting in another $7,000 in recurring annual income, plus numerous one-time donations. We are now making regular issue-based asks for donations with every email we send. I currently serve as public engagement chair, as well as a member of the IT, rules, and funding committees. I've supported my party in numerous other ways. I raised voluntary donations to sue the New York State Board of Elections and shame them into admitting their own error surrounding the voter registration of a colleague running for state committee. I was closely involved with coordinating and filing objections in the CD22 race and several districts in Western New York to fight fraudulent ballot certificates filed by LPNY infiltrators whose interest was selling our line, not representing libertarian values. I serve as treasurer for 2 libertarian campaign organizations requiring a detailed knowledge of campaign finance regulations. My flexible schedule has allowed me to attend liberty-centric events throughout the state, and I will continue to do so as chair. Also as chair, I will place the highest priority on working with county organizations to whip the votes we need in November to retain ballot access. I will work tirelessly to build party infrastructure and a deep bench to compete more effectively with the duopoly. I will work directly with each county organization throughout the state to make sure they are properly organized under election law and to help them work toward the next step of becoming more autonomous constituted committees in 2022. I will continue my work as the LPNY's primary fundraiser and set the example by remaining a monthly diamond pledger. I will continue to stand up for the integrity of our line by calling out and vigorously pursuing allegations of fraud and malfeasance within our party. Of course, I cannot do this all alone. Bold plans require a team. Oops.
That's time, Cody. I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Steve.
All right, very cool. So obviously, we're gonna now move to a ballot. Your options are gonna be Anthony DeRazio, Cody Anderson, and obviously Noda. So if TJ can get that ballot out.
I can, and do you want 2 minutes on that?
Yeah, we'll do 2 minutes.
All right, select one individual to elect to the chair of the LPNY State Committee with Anthony and William Cody Anderson on the ballot. Is out.
Sir.
Okay, we have results and we do have a winner. So I'm going to go ahead and release these if you're okay with that.
Yep.
Just 1 second on that. Sorry. I'm mainly doing this to torture them both. They've tortured me so much the last couple of weeks. Okay, it's been released now.
All right. Well, can you share your screen, TJ? So I have Porcupine running on a separate screen and running Zoom on.
Certainly. Give me just 1 second. There you go.
There we go. And so the vote total we have 19 for Anthony DeRazio, 28 for William Cody Anderson, 1 for Noda, and somebody wrote in Ron Paul. So it looks like we have a new chair, Mr. Cody Anderson. Congratulations, Cody. Somebody wants to unmute Cody. And before I hand the gavel off to our new chair, I would like to thank Mr. D'Orazio for all the hard work he's done getting the ISC up and running and making this a reality for us today. So thank you so much, Tony. I think I speak for everyone else as well.
Thanks, Steve.
First of all, thank you very much to those of you who voted for me for chair. I'm greatly appreciative, and I will not let you down. I will continue to be a forceful and fiery voice for libertarianism throughout New York State. So I'm greatly appreciative. I want to also thank Tony D'Orazio for his stellar leadership over the past 6 or so months. We make an excellent team, and I've been working closely with him, speaking with him every day, pretty much for the past month. Just while I'm here, I would also like to be clear that as the teams on the top go, I would absolutely nominate Tony D'Orazio for first vice chair to serve alongside me as to continue the winning team that we've had for the past few months. So thank you very much, and thanks again to the party committee for electing me to this position. Thank you.
All right, so we are going to move on now to first vice chair and elect our first vice chair. Let me pull this up here. All right, and I will now take motions for nominations. I'll recognize Mr. Anderson first.
Mr. Chair, without hesitation, I would like to nominate Tony D'Orazio for the position of first vice chair.
All right, Mr. D'Orazio, do you accept that nomination?
Sure, I'll accept that nomination.
All right, he accepts. And moving on, I see some seconds in there. Does anybody else have a nomination?
Steve, you do have a raised hand.
Oh, okay, I see Mr. Colati, if you want to recognize Mr. Colati.
Thank you very much. I think congratulations, Mr. Cody Anderson, Chairman. I think that's a really leadership move to nominating our Tony D'Orazio. I think that's a great move. I'm honored and privileged to second that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Colati. All right, I'm looking at the queue, waiting on more nominations. Mr. D'Orazio, I see you'd like to make a nomination.
Yes, I'll make a nomination. I'll nominate Tucker Coburn.
All right, I don't believe Tucker's on the call to accept, correct?
No, but he has accepted the nomination.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we have Tucker Coburn and clear out Tony there. And I see Rob Arrigo has a nomination. Mr. Arrigo.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Dwayne Whitmer.
All right. Mr. Whitmer, do you accept that nomination?
Is this for vice chair or second vice? Or are we doing all together?
This is for first vice chair.
I'm going to withdraw. I don't want to be first vice. I'm running specifically for second vice. So I thank you, but do it again. I decline. Do that again in about 20 minutes for me.
Got it. Thank you. I see Mr. Arrigo has another nomination. He also has a request for information.
No, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm just pressing all the buttons. I thought that was for second vice chair. So I withdraw the nomination.
Okay. And then Daniel Donnelly, you have a nomination, Mr. Donnelly?
Yes, I would like to nominate Susan Cummings for vice chair.
Okay. Ms. Cummings, do you accept the nomination?
She is not present.
Okay. Anybody in contact with her? Maybe want to reach out? We can come
I
back.
believe
back
she is
around.
at a Spike Cohen rally, and I believe that she did accept the nomination previously.
You believe she did accept, you said?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll keep it in mind. All right. I see Dustin Tate with a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Point of order might be incorrect. Susan messaged me. She's having a hard time getting back into the Zoom meeting.
Okay. Maybe
But she
TJ can
does
help
have-
work on that, or Jeff. All right, and then I'm looking for any more nominations for first vice chair. All right. Without objection, then we're going to close nominations, and we're going to move to the first ballot. So on the ballot, we're going to have Tony DiRazio, Tucker Coburn, and Susan Cummings, as well as Noda. So TJ, maybe you can prepare a ballot for us.
Are there any speeches for this?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Gosh, I got my daughter here, so I'm like all over the place.
And do we need to
All right,
randomize?
so we're going to start then. Tony, would you like to speak? We'll do what we do in 2 minutes for vice chair. What do the rules say?
The rules say 3 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Got it.
Previously, we had randomized.
Give me 1 second.
TJ, we had, but the 20-sided die is in the hands of one of the nominees. So.
Yep. So I'm actually Andrew Colsty is going to roll the die for me. So give me 1 second.
Okay, so I am going to, okay. I got a 6-sided dice, or no, okay, I can do a 20-sided dice. Okay, so for Tony DiRazio, we will roll. And he got a 14. Tucker Coburn, we will roll 8. And then for Susan, we will roll 13. So it will go Tucker and then Susan and then Tony.
All right, sounds good. I don't think Tucker's here to actually give a speech. Is there somebody who wants to speak on his behalf?
He did provide a video, and I'm trying to find it now, and I'll cue it up.
Okay, beautiful.
Just give me 2 minutes to do that. Okay. And if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen. And when you're ready.
Hello everyone, happy Saturday. My name is Tucker Coburn and I am running to be first vice chair of this Libertarian Party of New York, a position that I currently hold. For those of you that don't know me, I'm also currently the regional representative for our region to the National Committee of the Libertarian Party. And I got my start really in this party as Larry Sharp's field director. I was instrumental in making sure that we gathered the 31,615 signatures that we did to get Larry on the ballot in 2018. And God forbid we need to get an enormous amount of signatures in the future to have a statewide candidate or a presidential candidate on the ballot. I will guarantee you that I will be there leading the charge. But my goals for this party are pretty simple. First one is making sure that we don't have to gather that enormous amount of signatures in the future and that we retain our ballot access. Second one is to make sure that we are running winning and professional candidates. In fact, that's why I can't be with you today. It's because I'm the campaign manager for Tom Peters run for state senate in New York District 52. And we're running a serious campaign against one-on-one against an incumbent Republican who's not very popular and has a very checkered past. And we want to make sure that the people in our district hear the libertarian message And so today we're out campaigning, we're out talking to small business owners, we're out talking to vendors at farmers markets, making sure that people in our district know that Libertarians, the Libertarian Party, is who stands up for making sure that our economies do well, not the Republican Party. That leads into my third goal, is making sure that we are independent from the two other parties. I will firmly stand against any efforts to perpetuate fusion within the party. I think that it is disgusting to give our ballot line to Democrats and Republicans when the Democrats and Republicans turn around and increase the threshold to try to kill off our party. And finally, I believe in promoting transparent communication between the state party and the local parties. It's something that I've been pushing for on the interim state committee. I was trying to get our minutes on our website. I was instrumental in helping get our rules on the website. I was the leading force in making sure that one of our sets of minutes was changed to actually reflect the actions that our committee took because it was leaving some important information out. I will continue to work for a transparent body. I will continue to work to have better communication with our local chapters. So if those are goals that you think that you align with, I would hope that you would consider voting for me, Tucker Coburn, for first vice chair. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Could you all hear that, by the way?
It was coming a little rough at parts, yeah. It got better towards the end.
Fair enough.
I mean, if he can jump on and he wants to give a quick, speech, something shorter than 3 minutes, obviously. But if he wants to just jump on and say a few words, if he has the time, then that's fine. But I don't think replaying the video is going to make it any better. A few people have mentioned to start it over, but I think it's just going to be a connection issue. All right, moving on. Was Susan able to get back in? Did we get her back in? No.
I thought I saw her on.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. All right, Susan, you have 3
I gotta pull
minutes
over.
to address the body.
1 second. I'm almost home. Just a sec. Wait. All right. 3 minutes.
The floor is yours.
Okay. 1 sec.
Do you want us to wait for you to get home?
No. Everything's fine. So as long as you can hear me, I just wanted to say how grateful I am to accept the nomination and how awesome I feel the Libertarian Party is moving in the right direction. I want you to vote for me, and specifically, I want to promote my brand of libertarianism. Are you there? I got a phone call. I want to promote my brand of libertarianism, which is really about reducing violence. I want to use the words, I want to sell libertarianism on the grounds that it will reduce conflict, and it's the best way to reduce conflict. But basically, I want you to vote for me. I'm very excited to be included with the other candidates, and Tucker's wonderful. But he is working for national, and Tony's wonderful, but maybe we want something else. And so I hope you vote for me. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cummings. And then Tony, on to you. Would you like to give a speech for 3 minutes?
Sure. Why
All
not?
right.
So first of all, thank you, Cody, for nominating me. Congratulations on your victory. You will be a fine chair. I have no doubt about that. And I look forward to working with you, no matter how this turns out. I'm going to speak specifically about this year's election. As many of you know, because I've told this story a million times, my first Libertarian vote came in 1996. When I voted for Harry Brown and Joe Jorgensen. Since then, I've voted Libertarian consistently. I've gotten far more active in the party over the last 5 years, been a candidate twice. So I know what campaigns need. I've been instrumental in the transparency and inclusion of people in our party. I am a big supporter of the Big Tent. As you've probably heard me say, I have been since day one in this party. I love that we have people who came to our party from the left, from the right, from the middle, from the top, from the bottom. We're all pulling towards liberty, and this is what we need. We need a unified leadership team that's going to pull towards liberty together, and going to help us pull towards getting Jo Jorgensen the votes that she requires. As far as my qualifications, before I was chair of this party, I was first vice chair of the ISC. So I know the job. I know the job well. I did the job well, and I'm proud of the work I did. I humbly ask you all for your vote, and thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. D'Orazio. All right, so now, TJ, if you'd prepare that ballot for us. And again, on that ballot, your options are going to be Anthony D'Orazio, Tucker Coburn, Susan Cummings, and of course, Noda. And we'll do 2 minutes on that, TJ.
I've put them in the order that they gave their speeches, and it is coming out right now.
Yes, sorry, in the order they gave their speeches, yes.
Okay, we have results. I am going to release them now. And do you want me to share my screen again? If you answered my question, I didn't hear you. You're muted.
All right, TJ, if you don't mind sharing your screen with those results for us. And there it is. Tony D'Orazio with 33 votes is your next first vice chair to the state committee.
I'd like to point out that we had 49 valid voters. I think that's the most votes we've had so far in an election. Good job, guys.
All right, very good. Give me 1 second here. All right, hey, at this point, I am going to say goodbye, and I'm going to pass the gavel back to the chair, for the rest of this meeting at least, Mr. Tony D'Orazio.
Thanks, Steve. And you're muted, Tony.
You aren't rid of that you aren't rid of me that easily yet. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding, guys. And congratulations to you, Cody. Sincerely. We move on to our nominations for second vice chair. Mr. Colsty, you have a nomination.
Yes, I would like to nominate Dwayne J. Whitmer.
Andrew Colsty has nominated Dwayne J. Whitmer. Peyton Kunzelman, you have a nomination.
I accept the nomination.
Oh, I knew that. Sorry. I should have let you do that though. Mr. Kunzelman?
Thank you. I would like to nominate Pietro Taraci for second vice chair.
Pietro, do you accept this nomination?
I accept the nomination, and in the same breath, I'd like to nominate Peyton Kunzelman for second vice chair.
I'll allow it. Peyton Kunzelman, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you. I do.
Wonderful. Are there any further nominations for second vice chair? Ms. Ligamari, you have raised a question of privilege.
Actually, I meant to put in a nomination.
Oh, sure.
Ken Epstein.
Okay. Ken Epstein, do you accept the nomination?
I am honored to accept the nomination.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Epstein. Are there any further nominations for second vice chair? Given that it is a different office, I believe that the previous nominations of Mr. Coburn and Ms. Cummings do not carry over. But I would indulge this body for another moment if there were any other nominations to be made. Mr. Kunzelman, would you like to make a nomination? Mr. Kunzelman, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would also like to nominate Tucker Coburn for second vice chair.
Okay, he has previously accepted that nomination. Dr. Becker, point of parliamentary privilege inquiry. Dr. Stephen Becker.
Yes, hi. Just wondering if, when they make their speeches, if they could remind us where they're from. Not everybody knows everybody on this call.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Tate, you have a nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to nominate Susan Cummings for second vice chair.
Ms. Cummings, do you accept that nomination? I hear crickets. Let me try to get her back to this call. Hang on. Let's work under the assumption that she accepts until I say otherwise. I'm going to go to the order of candidates until we can get a hold of Ms. Cummings. I'm going to Mr. Colsty, since you were so adept at rolling before, I'm going to let you do it again.
All right, I will pull up the dice on Google. There it is. All right, for Dwayne Whitmer, I'm going to roll, and it's a 3. For Peyton Kunzelman, It's an 18 for Pietro. It is an 11 for Kenneth Epstein. It is a 14 for Tucker Coburn. 4 and Susan Cummings. It is a 2. So the order is Susan Cummings, and then Dwayne Whitmer, then Tucker Coburn, Pietro Geraci, Kenneth Epstein, and then Peyton Kunzelman.
Terrific. I'm trying to get Ms. Cummings back to the call. She's not responded to me as of yet. Who's next in the nomination line? Mr. Colstein.
Let's see. The next in nominations is Dwayne Whitmer.
Mr. Whitmer, you have the floor.
I got it. All right, I'm good. Thank you guys for the nomination. Those of you that don't know me, I'm Dwayne Whitmer. I'm the current chair of the Erie County Libertarian Committee and the Libertarian candidate in New York's 27th Congressional District. I have 3 goals as second vice chair. Grow the party, grow our bank account, and start to actually win races. Doing this includes takes two things. We need media coverage and we need direct citizen action. Both of those things I've accomplished greatly in my role with the ECLP. Currently, I'm on 2 lawsuits against Andrew Cuomo in New York State. One is for the archaic pistol permit regime that we have here. Pending what happens with the Ginsburg nomination, this may go to the Supreme Court. And Jim Zastrowski, who is our attorney with this, was the attorney that got the first SAFE Act conviction overturned. We think we have a good shot to really strike down some of the pistol permit laws. A huge win for the Libertarian Party there. Secondly, I'm on a lawsuit against Andrew Cuomo's executive power grab and the shutdown and this lockdown. That lawsuit has actually gotten national media coverage on both Fox News and PJ Media. So libertarians were in national media protesting the lockdown. I'm also running for NY27. In doing so, I've put $50,000 of my own money into this race because I believe this is the party of the future, and I believe in our messaging, and I believe that we can continue to grow. I've successfully mended 2 bridges. I mentioned James Ostrowski earlier. He had given up on the Libertarian Party. I was able to, because of my campaign and how I run ECLP, bring him back and get him back involved. And a lot of us know we owe him a gratitude. And if he wins the lawsuit against New York State, if Jorgensen doesn't get 130,000 votes, we'll owe him even more. Steve Filano of 2ANYS is starting to take the Libertarian Party more seriously. He is enrolled Libertarian. Most of you know what 2ANYS is doing, one of the leading gun rights groups in the state. We were able to mend those bridges and work and organize them together. I mentioned media coverage. I've gotten national media coverage a handful of times. I've been covered in 4 to 5 states. And actually, Erie County, we responded to Andrew Cuomo's State of the State address back in January, and that was the top news story in Western New York. And at least through mid-August, it was still one of the most clicked, viewed, and read news articles on a Western New York site, News Channel 4. It's been viewed by 1 to 1.5 million people in Western New York. So they saw the Erie County Libertarians responding to Andrew Cuomo. More libertarians in the media. I did a rough count. I've been in the media 100+ times this year alone, and I'm going to continue to do so. People can't vote for us. They can't get involved. They can't support us. They can't donate to us if they don't know we exist. I have successfully obtained multiple levels of media weekly. We need to continue to do this. That's how we're going to get fundraising, media, and direct citizen action. And every time I do something, they're going to see the Libertarian Party of New York attached to it. They're going to see us in the media. they're going to get fired up, they're going to get involved, they're going to start to vote for us, and they're going to start to take us more seriously. Erie County has forced Republican Chairman Nick Langworthy to start doing more. At a recent Republican event, he was actually called out because someone saw the Libertarian Party of Erie County hammering some gun control, and they didn't know where the Republicans were. So Nick Langworthy responded by going to the Back the Blue rally in Binghamton and did his circus act show to fire up the gun vote, because that's all they have. I've had innovative and adapted ideas, and it's time Libertarian Party goes on the aggressive, and we stop being defensive with gun rights. We stop being defensive as a party, and we go on the aggressive and make the two parties start to take us seriously. In doing this, my campaign has faced numerous attempts. The Republican Party tried to sue me off the ballot. They had $1 million. They had George Bush's and Donald Trump's attorney. They had the Republican machine. I had Jim Ostrowski. I was still on the ballot. We've taken the fight to them, and well, we're starting to get noticed. There is some blowback, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So thank you guys. I really appreciate your consideration for this. Please consider voting for me. Thank you. Apparently my time is up. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you guys. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Whitmer. Ms. Cummings, I see you've returned to the call.
Susan is here.
Susan, you have the floor.
Hey guys, so I just wanted to come back and, I put my name in for vice chair, so second vice chair. I just want to, ask you to consider voting for me. I'll accept the nomination, and my main goal is to inspire the rest of you to take this seriously as thought leadership and the philosophy that we can sell to other people. I just want to refocus our efforts on asking other people to reduce violence, and hopefully extend other people's lives by reducing the state. And I think that the best messaging for that is the Libertarian Party, and that I have a unique voice and angle. And if you like what I'm saying, then please vote for me. But yeah, you too can ask other people to reduce violence, and I hope to inspire you to keep asking other people to vote Libertarian and reduce the state so that we can reduce conflict and increase human flourishing. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I was muted, yes. Thank you, Susan. I know Tucker had spoken before in his video. He did not provide a second video for a second vice chair run. If anybody would like to speak for Tucker, I would welcome that at this time. Otherwise, we will move on. I will take a minute. I will take about 10 seconds of chairman privilege and thank Tucker for his service as both second and first vice chair of the ISC. He's the only one to have served in both positions, and that's going to go down in history. So thank you very much, Tucker, for all that. Moving on, Pietro, you're up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pietro Salvatore Geracci. I play the harmonica. I also play the bagpipes. I represent Judicial District 9. I chair the Orange County affiliate, and I live in Newbern. I'm running for second vice chair to ensure that our internal operations are running smoothly and meeting the objectives that we set forth. To that end, I want to maintain constant communications with our subcommittees and our county affiliates. Not micromanaging them, of course, but simply making sure that they're on track to meet the goals they've set forth. And of course, we need to actually have concrete goals to accomplish. I want to work to develop our county affiliates, get them going, make them strong, and turn their counties gold. I helped get this ball rolling when I served on the unofficial rules committee this summer, where I came up with the rule where if you got a certain percentage of enrolled libertarians in the door, which is currently set at 3, as long as you have at least 4 members, then you are an official county organization. I think this will go a long way in getting our smaller counties rolling and getting them active and attracting more people into the party, running candidates and winning. Speaking of running candidates, if we want candidates to win, we need a finance apparatus that's going to give us well-funded candidates. And to do that, we need a robust finance committee that is committed to cultivating relationships with potential donors, most of which will be small businesses, and asking for donations, bringing those donations in, and using them on various resources, not simply just sending money to campaigns, but also purchasing ads, purchasing media, and coordinating volunteers. I think it's also very important that we try to partner with our partner organizations we can ally with, such as the Leadership Institute, Young Americans for Liberty, Students for Liberty, think tanks, and others. I served as a YAL state chair for 2 years, where I helped maintain YAL chapters across New York State. Even though I couldn't visit most of them, I worked with student leaders to grow their chapters, to get people in the door, execute activism events, and be successful on campus. I was paid to convince students to fork over money for dues and start YAL chapters. And I'd like to take the skills I've learned through my time at YAL and through my various Leadership Institute trainings, as well as YAL's Liberty Candidate Academy, and apply that in the role as second vice chair. I'm an Eagle Scout, Tony's an Eagle Scout. The 2 of us together, plus Tony, there's no limit to what we can accomplish. And if I do not win, then I would hope that you consider me for an at-large position on the executive committee. Real leadership, real change. Piet for second vice chair.
Can you hear me? I accept the nomination and I will work very hard with the leadership to build our party and will do what is expected of me to make the party stronger. Thank you for voting for me and the best to all the candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein.
You're welcome.
Mr. Kunselman, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So simply, I want to do 2 things for the party. I'd like to, A, make sure that people feel welcome. Not just, some random person off the street who completely disagrees with us, but the actual people that are members of our party. So many people have felt so discouraged over just infighting and over discussions, and we need to foster a more supportive environment so we can actually achieve our goals of electing liberty and making our lives freer. And another way I feel like I would be beneficial in this position is I want to increase fundraising efforts, and I have some experience working with others, and in this case, it would be working with the small businesses, because we're the only party that cares about small businesses. And they would be a substantial donor base, and I feel like I could make connections, not solely the only one who would be able to make these connections. So I would encourage you to either vote for me or Dwayne Whitmer or Pietro if you want those connections made. I yield my remainder of my time.
Thank you, Peyton. At this time, TJ, I think we're ready to have a ballot for 2 minutes with the 6 candidates for second vice chair.
Okay, ballot is out.
Excellent.
Okay, give me 1 second. I need to validate 2 things.
That's fair.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and release the results. You do have a winner.
Okay, fair enough. I will share them. And the results are in. Dwayne Whitmer, with 51% of the vote, has won. Congratulations to Dwayne. You are our new second vice chair. The write-in for Ron Paul is truly moving. Let's move on to the vote for secretary. I will now open nominations for the office of Secretary of the Libertarian Party of New York. Mr. Dayton, you have a nomination.
I'd like to nominate Andrew Colsty.
Andrew Colsty, do you accept this nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, do you have a nomination?
Okay. I withdraw because I wanted to nominate Andrew.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Arrigo.
I'd like to nominate Fred Cole.
Fred Cole, do you accept this nomination?
I really appreciate it. I'm going to decline in favor of Andrew. He's actually perfect for the job.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Are there any further nominations for the office of secretary?
You have a hand raised, Tony.
I do. Dr. Calaty.
I think Andrew Colsty already had proven with this whole process how wonderful secretary he will be. And I join everybody else to nominate him again to be the secretary. And it's my privilege.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to close nominations. Andrew, do you want to say a few words?
Do you agree with me?
I don't, well, I'm running unopposed, but I appreciate the nominations, the multiple nominations. I've been a libertarian since 2009. I've been involved in this party since 2015 in the state party on the state committee. And as secretary, I want to make sure that all our paperwork is good and accurate, that, you know, we have a good flow of information, that we have good records so that we can do business efficiently and make sure that, you know, we can do what we need to do and get candidates elected and have all the behind the scenes all taken care of without any issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. With that, let's move to a vote.
May I suggest 1 minute on this, sir?
I was going to just say, let's make it a 1 minute vote, TJ.
It's out there.
You almost like you read my mind.
Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me for 1 second.
Go ahead.
Actually, want to take this time while we're voting just to thank Andrew for the immense work that he put in to making this convention happen. It wouldn't be capable without the hours of writing and rules and everything else that he came up with. So I cast one invalid vote for Andrew Colsty for secretary.
Well, so at this time, it looks like Andrew Colsty has the approval of both the Empire and the Nutmeg State. You can release those results whenever you're ready, TJ.
Okay. 1 second. Because it went by so fast, I forgot to hit a button. So that was my fault.
All good.
I can tell you the results. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Well,
but there is a great entry, which is why I got distracted. I had to merge a write-in with something else here.
Fair enough. I was pulling for Ruben myself.
The results are released.
So with 41 votes for a combined Andrew Colsty and his beard, Mr. Colsty has won election. Congratulations, Mr. Colsty.
Thank you.
Let's move on to nominations for the office of treasurer. I will now open nominations for the office of treasurer of the Libertarian Party of New York. Mr. Colsty.
Yes, thank you. I nominate Laura Newell.
Ms. Newell, do you accept this nomination?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew.
Karen Thompson, you have a nomination.
I'm also nominating Laura Newell.
Girl Power 2020.
Laura, do you accept that nomination?
Girl Power 2020. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Are there any further nominations for the office of treasurer? And I shall call nominations closed. Laura, if you'd like to speak to your nomination, and then we'll go to a 1-minute vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the feedback being so difficult, I'll keep my my comments brief, but I've been a libertarian almost my entire life. I voted as you did in '96 for Joe and Harry. And I'm the founder of the Schoharie County Libertarian Party. I'm the president chair of the party. And I was asked to be the treasurer of the ISC, which was a tough job that no one really wanted to do, but I decided that I would step up and do it. So I thank you all for your support and for helping me along the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Laura. And with that, we are ready for a ballot for treasurer. If you would put a 1 minute on the clock for us, please.
It's out there. Okay. You do have a clear winner. Would you like me to release the results?
Please do. I really hope it's not Laura Newell's beard.
They are released. Sorry, I didn't say it.
No worries. I had a feeling. Laura, congratulations. You have decisively won chair. I'm sorry, treasurer. I tried to give you a promotion. Congratulations. Congratulations, Laura. Well, we come to the time of the day where we are nominating for the at-large members of the executive committee. I shall now open the floor to nominations, and I'm going to open this with Dr. Calaty.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, congratulations to you and the other team that we had selected. I just want to say, since we all talking about also diversity, I think it will be very much fitting to have one of our state committeemen, Dr. Deepak Bansal, who is have a lot of knowledge, and he's a partner who believe in the principle of the party, and he will be a great asset. I like to nominate Dr. Deepak Bansal as well as Mr. Ken Epstein, and I thank you.
So you are nominating Dr. Deepak Bansal and Mr. Kenneth Epstein.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Bansal, do you accept your nomination?
Yes, Chairman. Thank you for having me here.
And Mr. Epstein, do you accept your nomination?
Yes, Chairman, thank you for the nomination.
Thank you. We have several other nominations on deck. Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to nominate Rob Arrigo enthusiastically for at-large.
Mr. Arrigo, do you accept this nomination?
Yes, I accept. Girl Power 2020.
Girl Power 2020, Rob Arrigo's name is entered into nomination. Mr. Colsty, do you have a nomination?
Yes, I would like to nominate Paul Grindle.
Is Mr. Grindle available to accept his nomination?
Mr. Grindle is available and he accepts.
Mr. Whitmer is excited to hear Mr. Grindle's voice. Mr. Whitmer, you have someone to nominate. You're muted.
I'm excited about Paul Grindle, the man who moved across the state to help my campaign. It means a lot to me. I'd also like to nominate Pietro Girazzi. I apologize if I butchered his name. I think he's a great candidate for this, and I'd like to put his name.
Pietro Salvatore Girazzi, do you accept this nomination?
Pronunciation is fine, and yes, I accept the nomination.
Excellent. Aaron Becker.
Hi, yes, I would like to nominate Steve Becker.
Dr. Stephen Becker, do you accept this nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Timothy O'Connor.
Yes, I would like to nominate Rich Patel. I believe he has the experience with the party and the ability to outreach, and he's a great communicator. I think he would be excellent in this position, and I would endorse him for this.
Mr. Patel, do you accept this nomination?
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Yes, I accept.
Great. Mr. Donnelly.
Yes, I hereby nominate Mr. William Schmid for the committee.
Mr. Schmidt, do you accept this nomination?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Arrigo.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Fred Cole.
Mr. Cole, do you accept this nomination?
That's very flattering, but I'd much rather Rob Arrigo take that spot.
Fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Whitmer. You have
One
an-
more nomination. I'd like to nominate Thomas Queter, who's the second coolest libertarian candidate in the state behind whoever we got running in NY 27. He's another guy spreading the message really well, and I'd like to see him represented at large as well.
Mr. Queter has previously accepted that nomination, and I think the candidate in 25 is cooler. But sorry, Mr. Greebsland.
Sorry about that. I'd like to nominate Daniel Donnelly. He's put a lot of work in the last couple of years to pulling together all of downstate for Judicial 9, showing up at a ton of events and helping out behind the scenes with pretty much everything, growing each county.
Mr. Donnelly, do you accept this nomination?
Reluctantly, I do. Thank you.
Fair enough. Mr. Tate, it looks like you are in queue to make a few nominations.
I'm sorry, Tony, who is it?
Dustin Tate.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to nominate Christopher Alinsky, Susan Cummings, and Maria Burrell.
Mr. Alinsky, do you accept that nomination?
No.
Yes.
I think he said yes.
Yes, he said yes. He's right next to me.
Okay. Ms. Cummings, do you accept that nomination? Did she say she accepted it earlier? I could have sworn she did. Dustin, do you have any indication that she accepts the nomination?
Hello?
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello?
You've been nominated for an at-large position. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I accept the nomination.
Okay. Ms. Burrell, do you accept the nomination?
Is it working?
There you go.
Okay. Yes, I'm honored. Thank you for the nomination.
Excellent. Are there any further nominations for at-large? Giving it just a few more seconds. Nominations for at-large are closed. Without objection, I'm going to allow 2 minutes for each of these speeches. Is there objection to that ruling? Hearing no objection, I'm going to start rolling. And since people were complaining that Mr. Kolsky didn't have a real D20, I will use a real D20. Dr. Bonsall, 10. I didn't mind you sharing that, Andrew. That was okay. Mr. Epstein, 19. Mr. Arrigo, 7. Mr. Grindle, 14. Mr. Geraci, 5. Dr. Becker, 13. Mr. Patel, 6. Mr. Schmidt, 2. Mr. Queter, 5. So we're going to have a roll off. Mr. Donnelly, 18. Mr. Olensky, 14. So we're going to have another roll off. Ms. Cummings, 4. And Ms. Burrell, 15. So we have to do a couple of roll offs here, right? Let's do the Grindle Olensky roll off first. Grindle, 5. Olensky, 4. And then we have a Geraci Queter roll off. Mr. Geraci, 8. Mr. Queter, 13. Are there any other roll offs that we had to do?
Doesn't look like it. I'm gonna rewrite the order.
I very much appreciate you doing that. Thank you. And we have a video from Mr. Queter for when his time comes. And I'll get that queued up while we're waiting.
I believe that's everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, Mr. Schmidt, you are up first. You have 2 minutes on the clock, whenever you are ready.
Thank you very much. I'm very gratified to be a part of this convention and a part of this movement. I've been politically active since I was 14 years old, which it's hard for me to admit is now 50 years ago. I've been a small L libertarian since the mid-1980s. And during the period of my political activity, I've run for office. And I've also held public office, having been a Peekskill city councilman for 2 terms. Subsequently, I ran for mayor of Peekskill and lost narrowly by about 100 votes. I had libertarian cross endorsement in that race as a Republican candidate. Subsequent to my holding office, I was a member of the Westchester County Human Rights Commission for 8 years. And since being a member of the Libertarian Party, I've tried to bring the the skill set that I learned over these years to help grow this party. I've worked on Larry Sharp's policy committee when he ran for governor, and I'm currently working on Tom Queter's policy campaign committee for the 52nd Senate District. I believe very strongly in all components of the Libertarian Party platform. I don't view them as either right values or left values. Those are libertarian values. To the degree that some people on the right share our values and some people on the left share our values, in many respects, they've been fair weather friends. For example, the Democrats, you don't hear very much of them, even though they profess concern for human rights. I don't hear them talk much about repealing the Patriot Act. And the Republicans profess support for free enterprise, but try getting them to commit to abolishing the Federal Reserve. I'll be very grateful for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Right on time. Ms. Cummings, you have 2 minutes.
All right, I wanted to say thank you for my nomination, and I put my name out there for, vice chair, and I lost, and so maybe a smaller role would fit me better. I guess I could talk a little bit more about my experience than I did in the last couple videos, but I've been a libertarian for 12 years. I've been involved with you guys like the whole time, maybe in the future I could probably join Laura or try and learn from her so that maybe I could make sure that our paperwork or our tax returns, financial statements have a consistent, somebody to look through them. And like Andrew said in his speech, we need the paperwork so that we can do business, and maybe I could, do more to organize the party. And I'm a different person than I was even just a few months ago. I have more focus towards my goals, more fight towards trying to achieve libertarianism, and I would like you to elect me for at large so that I can support the people in office that have already been nominated, that I work well with, like Laura and Andrew. And I appreciate everyone's time and their attention to the party, and that they attended, a virtual convention over the weekend. So thank you all for your commitment, and I hope to earn your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Pietro, you're up.
Thank you. Hello again, everyone. In addition to the ideas I presented before that I'd like to pursue, I offer the following. We need to focus on winnable races, most of which will be local, which I believe are cheaper to run, easier to canvass, has more direct outreach, and easier to win. We can build a bench of elected libertarians at the local level who can then run for higher office and win. I also think we need to reach out and bring marginalized peoples into our party. It doesn't make sense for the Democrats to have a monopoly on them because they just use them for votes. And then they turn around and build up these systems that ultimately hurt the people they pledged to help. We have the solutions that will actually bring about liberation and justice. So we should have those folks in our party. I also want to make sure our messaging and our platform are palatable to the average voter. You can be radical without being seen as fringe or crazy, and we need to do that. My activism in college netted me an invitation to the White House, and while I don't support Trump by any means, it was an honor and a privilege to be in the audience of the President of the United States. Real leadership, real change, yet for at large.
Thank you, Pietro. I'm going to share my screen because we have a statement from Mr. Queter. I'm also going to stop sharing my videos to maybe hopefully that this will come through clearer.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Daniel Queter. I'm a libertarian, and I am here to challenge the cult of the omnipotent state. And to that note, I am actively seeking to whittle those two parties down. I have had some success with both Democrats and Republicans through my campaign. I have discovered that the Democrats, specifically the county committees, are not very happy with their own party. They are ripe for the picking. That's why I'm running for at-large. I want your vote so that I can help this party learn how to talk to Democrats. I learned how to through my disability advocacy. I'm a right-leaning libertarian. Now, to that note, we need to make sure everyone understands that we need to grow. We need to ensure that our counties understand that we need to be open and invite other people. We need to focus our messaging in ways that speaks to all sides. It's not that difficult to do if we shed our fear of the omnipotent state. If we shed the fear of two parties and dissenting opinions, we can get there. And that's what we need to do. And we need to grow. We need to draw from all sides. And we need to ensure that the world understands that we are not Republicans who are more Republican than the Republicans. We need to understand that we are not lefty leftists. We're more lefty than the lefty leftists. We need to make sure that the world understands that we are libertarians here for our communities, our community members, and everyone's individual rights. That's what's most important, and I hope I have your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Queter. Mr. Patel, you're on the clock.
Hello, everyone. I'm 57 years old, and through my whole life, I kind of avoided politics. I stuck to community service and professional organizations, president of several groups that I was involved in. In 2015, there was a special election due to the resignation of Tom Libas for New York State Senate 52, the race that Tom Queter is now running in. And the two people running from the major parties were both career politicians or a cop. And it pissed me off that we didn't have anyone with private sector experience in the race. I came to the Libertarian Party, you fellows endorsed me, and I jumped in with both feet. So I ran that year, did not get on the ballot, got around 850 signatures. 2016, tried again. Ballot access is hard for these minor parties. Got to 2,000 signatures, but I needed 3,000. So it didn't get on the ballot either of these years, but I didn't give up. 2017, I ran for a town council race. I collected over 500 signatures door to door myself, got on the ballot, did well that year, ran for that race again in 2019, and got over 15%. Not quite enough to win. I needed about 22 because it was pick 2 out of 4. I also helped form a chapter in Tioga County, which became an ICO. And as many of you know, I served as state political director 2018 and 2019. I'm still a student of the game, learning politics, day by day. I approach this field like I do engineering as problem solving. You quickly realize the more you study that government is the problem. Too much government, too much central planning, not enough accountability, not enough transparency. And I'm going to try to approach, these problems the same way I do engineering from the state committee. I think I have the practical right-minded brain to help this committee move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, Mr. Arrigo, you're up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rob Arrigo, and I am the chairman of the Libertarian Party County of Saratoga. My day job is as a director of learning and development for a large biotech company. I want to thank new chairman Cody Anderson for the nomination and former chairman Tony D'Orazio for his support and endorsement on my candidacy for at-large. You won't hear me talking about message today. Instead, we're going to talk about organization. Folks seem to believe that if only we say the right things, people will follow. Well, I believe that people follow well-organized entities. And that said, we need to do 3 things to improve. Number 1, we need to set objective and concrete goals. If I asked you what was the fundraising goal for the state party, most people wouldn't know, or most people would say multiple different answers. If I asked you what the legislative goals were, you would say you didn't know. If I asked you what the political goals were, you would say you didn't know. Objective goal setting is a way to get us all to move in one direction, trying to achieve something that can be measured. So we need to set goals. The second thing we need to do is we need to train our people. We need to train our leadership at the county level, and we need to train our political activists. That includes training on how to run a meeting, how to do petitions, how to raise money, and so on and so forth. The organization here started out, we said, okay, we're going to set up these county organizations. We're going to put people in charge. We kind of kicked you in the ass and then said, go out and do it. Well, obviously that didn't work. We didn't put it in the effort to actually train, mentor, and coach people. And so I want to bring training to it. Finally, I want to teach folks about the Saratoga system. And the Saratoga system is a system of what I call grassroots lobbying, which enables you, while out of power, to actually achieve libertarian legislative goals, even though you're not elected to office. We've done that here effectively in Saratoga County. We fought back pay raises. We fought back a corrupt county administrator who was trying to hand out 50% pay raises and exploit the pandemic. We fought Airbnb regulations. We fought tax hikes. We've had a ton of legislative success in a year, despite not holding elective office. I want to bring those three things to the party, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arrigo. Dr. Bansal, you are up.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I thank you, Chairman, for having me on this, on this platform. And I'm honored to run, I have a greatly honor for this, to run at a member at large. So, and I think, as we talk about the party, believe in diversity, and thank you for having this. And I come across like thousands of people, with different community peoples. Every day is like, we talk about different community leaders. And I will do my best to be an asset for the party, to strengthen the party with the more and more people to, attach with the party so that we can go ahead. So my last slogan is go party to win. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bansal. I'm sorry, did you want to say more? I don't want to cut you off.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. I thought you were done, but I just wanted to make sure. Dr. Becker, you have the floor.
Okay. Hi, I'm Stephen Becker. I'm the chair of the Monroe County Libertarian Party. I'm currently running for the 136th Assembly seat in Monroe County. I have previously won for New York State Senate. I was a life member of the Free Libertarian Party of New York. I was on the interim state committee, and I'm very much like your support for the state at-large seat for the new state committee of the Libertarian Party of New York. There's a lot of issues we need to push. One issue is that even right now, the state mandated isolation and neglect of our seniors in the nursing homes, it needs to be changed, and the families get to be returned to their loved ones. We have to get the kids back in school. We have to get the parents and local school boards back in control of the schools. And that's enough for now. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Becker. And thank you, Aaron Becker, for facilitating that. Mr. Olinsky.
Hello. I really don't know what to say. I'm just going to come out and be forward. I'm not really much of a self-promoter or a public speaker. I never really have been. Spent a lot of time in my head and obviously on the internet, just yelling at people and putting words on pictures. I know it's made a lot of you laugh though, and you know that warms my heart. Would be able to bring satirical humor and fun, and sometimes you know very sad and hard situations that we experience in our life here. I was a former at-large representative for a very short and brief time with the FLP, and one of the things that I have always committed myself to is showing up and being involved, and you know, knowing when to speak up and when to sit back and learn, because there's other heavy lifters that are well more adept at certain aspects of running this party than I've ever had any experience of doing myself. But showing up is one, and being involved and being there and being willing to participate is one way that is that we all learn. And those of you who know, I've been there, and you've called on me for certain things, whether it be to dig up information, or you know, just from a different point of view, from an abstract point of view, from somebody who will purposely, in some respects, purposely poke holes in a situation, not to undermine or besmirch or to rule anything else as being incompetent, but to make it more efficient, to make it work a little bit more smooth. And that's something I've always been very well at doing. You know, here again, I just going to be honest. I got no idea what you really do as an executive committee. It almost seems kind of oxymoronic as I carry an anarchy sign dotting my little I that I would be seeking an executive position in a party. But you know, that's just who I am. I'm always going to be here. I love the Libertarian Party. I love you guys, and it's been an incredible ride so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. Mr. Grindle.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Paul Grindle. I'm the first vice chair of Suffolk's Libertarian Party, and I'm the campaign manager of Dwayne Whitmer. As he enthusiastically shared before, I moved across the state to live in his district because I take the campaigns that we run and the administration of this party very seriously. I believe that we need a big tent party, but a principled tent party, one where we debate internally heavily about our differences, where we unite externally against those who are running against. I previously served as Ken Armstrong's campaign manager for his presidential and vice presidential runs, and I am now a Joe Jorgensen elector. I was also New York's 2018 and 2020 delegate to the National Convention, as well as the party's primary delegate to the National Convention's Platform Committee. I helped turn my affiliate, Suffolk County, from obtaining essentially no recognition in the press into running at least one unique candidate in every township, total of 65 candidates. Several of them got double-digit results, and a couple of the people who we chose to cross-endorse against the wishes of the Republicans and Democrats and conservatives and independent parties managed to make it in because of the work that we put into their campaigns alongside our libertarian-only candidates. What I want to do, if elected, is I want to help find county contacts in counties that don't have organizations. I want to assist county organizations into becoming county committees, and I want to help assist them in finding and winning local races. There's much that's said very validly about running to make our counties gold, and I believe that needs to happen. But the way that you do that is you turn your villages and your townships gold first. You have to build it from the ground up, and that's something that I believe, if elected as a state committee member, that I will be pursuing. I believe that what we need to do is more outreach, not just to any one particular group, but to the left, the right, and the center at the same time. I believe that we shouldn't be reaching out to one group at the exclusion of others. As someone who's on the left side of the party, that's something that I'm good at. I know how to outreach to the left while still making sure to respect all those to my right. And if elected for at large, that is exactly what I will do.
Thank you, Paul. Ms. Burrell, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I hate showing my face because I don't like looking at myself. So if I talk awkwardly, that's why. Anyway, I won't waste too much of your time because you guys got to hear me earlier speak, but I'm Maria Burrell. I'm in JD5. Thank you for electing me to that position. I appreciate it. To quick recap, I volunteered for Gary Johnson. I was on the Larry Sharp policy team and was a very big volunteer for him as well locally. I'm a small business owner. I'm very good at management and organization and communication. I'm definitely more of a worker and a doer. I like to do the legwork. I don't mind the hard work. I would be honored to work alongside all of the people on this committee. I know a lot of you personally and worked with you before. You're great people. So I would really love the chance to do that as much as possible. And more than anything, I believe in our mission and what we believe in as libertarians, that we have the right to run our own lives, our businesses, our own wallets. And I want to help any way I can to spread that message and make it a possibility where government doesn't control everything we do. And I guess that's about it. I'll say Girl Power 2020, because the more girls, the better, I think. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Maria. Mr. Donnelly.
Hello, family. My name is Daniel Donnelly, and I've been a libertarian spirit since Ron Paul gold-pilled me in 2008. That was a bit of a disappointment then, but Larry Sharp in 2018 rekindled my hope in the process, and there's no going back for me. I can tell you this much. Touring the state with Mr. Sharp, as I have been doing recently, I noticed something. The zeitgeist is changing. People are realizing that the use of force to impose morality is on its way out. People will look on what is happening now with the authoritarian COVID restrictions and such and realize that they will be ashamed of what is happening. I don't want to get into the left-right dichotomy because we are a family. And put this on my tombstone: a bad libertarian is better than a good statist any day. So I just want to help the party. Specifically, I would like to help in county development, which I have been doing unofficially as a protege of Mr. Mark Vitora, because we need that infrastructure. We need that infrastructure for our candidates, those resources, that fundraising, that manpower. All of our aims are that they need that structure behind them if we are to succeed. And whilst also we also get into that debate about the upstate, downstate paradigm. Well, there is no victory without downstate. So I definitely want us all to be in coordination with one another, working towards the goal of electing libertarians to office and making for a freer, happier, more prosperous New York. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Epstein, you are our last speaker.
I want to thank you for the nomination and saving the best for last. I will work with everyone and anyone to make the party stronger, to get our candidates elected, get our message out, and good luck to all the candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. At this time, TJ, if you could start putting together that ballot, if you haven't put it together already.
It's ready to go. I have a couple questions, if you don't mind.
Maybe I'll answer them in what I'm about to say, and if I don't, please, just ask them.
Selection of 5, correct?
Selection of 5.
And how many minutes?
We're going to make it 3 minutes, but let me give a couple more instructions first. Committee, our rules state that we can only have one at-large member of the executive committee per judicial district. So if there are 2 that are selected to the committee, we're going to have to figure out what to do with that, whether or not we're going to drop the lower one and revote. I want to make sure that you are aware that that is one of the things that is in our rules. You may vote for up to 5 members of the 5 at-large members of the executive committee, and you'll have 3 minutes to do so. Are there any questions before I tell TJ to release the hounds? TJ, release the hounds.
Now, see, that's scary because I was thinking release the hounds right when you said it. There.
Tony, I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
That'll be just fine. We have 1 minute and 33 seconds left. I want to once again thank our those that are helping us with this today, TJ Ferreira and Karen Ann Harlos. You have both been invaluable today, and I can't speak enough about how valuable I found your support, both of you. Gary Denoyan, you might want to refresh your screen. I took a refresh for me to get the poll. There you go. You're good.
Okay, Tony, I have the results.
Okay.
We will need an additional round. Only 2 people got above 50%.
Okay.
For me to do a full audit on this to make sure that everything's accurate would probably take me about 15 minutes, given the number of votes. I can do that, or we can continue with round 2 while I audit round 1. How would you like to handle that?
Why don't we continue with round 2 while you audit round 1?
Okay. So I will release these results.
And I will share my screen so we can see that.
They are released.
So Mr. Patel and Mr. Rigo have earned election. Congratulations. So we will have a second round where we will select 3. The lowest vote getter is Dr. Bonsall, so he will be dropped from the ballot. But we'll have Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Cummings, Mr. Geraci, Mr. Queter, Dr. Becker, Mr. Olensky, Mr. Grindle, Ms. Burrell, Mr. Donnelly, and Mr. Epstein on the next ballot.
And how long would you like that ballot to be open?
Let's make it 2 minutes.
It will be out in about 30 seconds.
Take your time. Yes, and congratulations, Rich and Rob, by the way. Happy to see both of you on the executive committee.
And it's been released for 2 minutes.
Tony just mentioned that if we get to the point where 2 people are elected, not just one.
There's a problem with the second ballot.
What's the problem?
What's the problem?
Christopher Olinsky and Tom Queter. What? Chris Olinsky and Tom Queter are in JD6. Rich Patel being already elected, they would be dropped.
Oh, you are correct. You're right. We have a problem with the ballot.
You want me to invalidate that ballot and create a new one?
We need to invalidate the ballot and create a new one without Mr. Olinsky and Mr. Queter. Thank you for catching that, Mr. Kolsky. I missed that.
Dr. Brayman.
Grindle, 20, Burrell.
Okay, that ballot is now listed as invalid and closed.
Thank you.
I will need you to tell me exactly who should be on the ballot again.
Mr. Kolsky, I'm going to count on you to read the list since you seem to be more on top of it than me.
Yeah, let me, I'm just double checking with the rules, just to make sure. If fewer than 5 candidates receive a number of votes equal to a greater than a majority, another round of voting shall occur. For any judicial district where a candidate was successfully elected, all remaining candidates in that judicial district shall be dropped, so JD6. When no candidate receives votes equal to a majority of the number of votes cast, the candidate with the lower number of votes of all remaining candidates will be dropped. So we are left with, and I'll share my screen. We are left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 candidates.
We would not have to drop Dr. Bonsall, correct?
According to our rules, we would only drop him if nobody got a majority. So that
Got it. Okay. So those names, see, I was wrong about that. So thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So please, Can you see that, TJ? Put those on the ballot, pick any three.
Okay, leave that up for just a second.
Sure.
I mean, it'd be easier if I know just who to remove. So I need to remove Rich and Robert because they won. And then who else is in the same JD that I need to remove?
You need to remove Walensky and Queter.
So we got 5, 7, 9, 10, 13.
So it will now be William, Susan, Pietro, Deepak, Stephen, Paul, Maria, Daniel, and Kenneth.
Correct.
9 candidates.
9 candidates, yep.
Okay.
And choose any three.
All right. This will be listed as round 2 again versus round 3, and it's going to take me just a couple minutes to create that ballot. Hold on.
Mr. Donnelly, Mr. Schmidt's technical issues, are they in Porcupine or are they in Zoom?
Fine.
I'm sorry?
Porcupine, I believe. They're in Porcupine.
Mr. Schmidt, are you on this call?
The ballot is ready, but I'm waiting.
That's
He's
fair.
not on the call, Tony.
Okay, we'll give him a minute. Mr. Carr, there's not a vote up yet. We're having a slight technical issue with somebody. So I just want to make sure we get that cleared up before we move on.
Just clearing that up.
Okay.
So I have the ballot ready, but do you want to wait to see if Mr. Schmidt can get in before I release it?
TJ, can you see if he's in Porcupine?
Let me look.
Bill is rebooting right now, so.
So I can see that he did log in today. I can't tell if he is currently in with
We believe he's rebooting his computer right now, so.
Okay.
Let's give this 2 minutes and for him to do that, and then I'll have you post round 2. I appreciate everybody's patience today. This has been wonderful.
Poll up yet? Or are we still waiting?
I'm giving Bill Schmidt's computer a few more seconds to reboot. My goodness, we're doing great here today, by the way. I'm impressed at how much of the schedule we've gotten through. We have been very efficient. Mr. Pellegrino, how is Bill's reboot going?
I come from, but it
He's
persists.
typing right now. Okay, I think we're just about at the end of these technical difficulties. He's bringing up Chrome. I'd say in one more minute, TJ, I'll have you open that poll. Anthony, does Bill have Chrome open now so I can have the poll released? Imagine if we did this at the national convention, waited for people to reboot their computers. Tim, I'm going to have you open that poll, but can you do it for, let's make it for 4 minutes to give Bill a little bit of extra time.
In my infinite wisdom, I went 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15 on my drop-down menu. So
Why don't we make it 5 minutes?
It is now open.
Okay. That'll be fine. That way Bill can vote when he comes in. I assume that. I'm going to assume that he's going to be able to get back in.
Well, he's back on Zoom.
He's back on Zoom. Bill, we did open voting, but we opened it for 5 minutes to allow you some extra time to vote. So you can hop on over to Porcupine and vote whenever you get a chance. You have about 2 minutes and 48 seconds left. I thank you all for your support of libertarian values. And if you are interested in supporting us financially, please go to lpny.org/donate. For those of you watching on YouTube, thank you for watching this organization meeting of the Libertarian Party of New York. If you'd like to support us financially, please go to lpny.org/donate. lpny.org/donate. Mr. Orlensky, you have raised a question of privilege. Mr. Orlensky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to take this time, as you've encouraged everybody else to contribute to the LPNY. I myself has just made a $100 donation, and I encourage others to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orlensky. I appreciate your support, and not just financially. You've done a lot for our party in this state, and I want to make sure that you get the proper appreciation for that. I think we've got all the votes we're going to get. Ms. Bittner, you have raised a question of privilege. Carrie Bittner.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you tell the crew here how many minutes it takes to change your party online to Libertarian, should somebody listening wish to do so?
Why, it takes no time at all, Ms. Bittner. It's just as easy as going to the motor voter website, which I believe is nydmv.gov. Is it, Ms. Bittner? I'm going to look that up just to make sure I say it right. dmv.ny.gov, and changing your enrollment there. You may also go to the Board of Elections website at elections.ny.gov. And they have instructions on other ways to change your registration that don't involve a driver's license. I want to thank all the registered libertarians on this call and all the registered libertarians and future registered libertarians watching us on YouTube. TJ, I believe our ballot is closed. Mr. Kolsky, I see your interrupting motion, and we will get to that after these results.
Your ballot is closed. No one received over 50%. And once again, it'll take me some time to do the detailed audit, but the preliminary audit shows that this is valid votes.
Okay, let's release that, please.
Do. Should see it.
It's did. The vote details. Okay, so Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Grindelly's got 43% of the vote. Ms. Burrell got 41% of the votes, and there's scattering underneath them. So correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Kolsky, but we would now drop Dr. Bonsall from the, I'm sorry, no, I misread that. We would drop Susan Cumming from the ballot and then do a round 3.
Yes, the lowest vote getter would be dropped since
And
no
that
one
would
got
be
the-
Susan. So we would do that. However, you have also called for orders of the day. I don't believe we have a set end time on our agenda, so we are currently in the orders of the day. I would entertain a motion to be in recess until tomorrow morning, or we could move on to round 3 and try to get this resolved before we leave tonight. Either way would be perfectly in order.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Could we start round 3 and then I can audit all 3 rounds and have those ready for you in the morning?
I would love to do that. I also have a raised hand. Dr. Callity?
Chairman, I just wanted to, before you go, I think we should take the round 3. And I thank you. And I'd like to congratulate every one of them who participated and be proud libertarian. God bless you and your family. Stay safe. And thank you for participating, everyone. And congratulations to all the winners. But please do finish the 3rd round so we can finish that thing. Thank you.
Okay, we have an interrupt. Thank you, Dr. Callity. Mr. Colsey has a point of order, and then we have a motion from Mr. Anderson. Mr. Colstein.
Yes, I believe that orders of the day was mine that you were addressing.
Yes.
What I had meant by that was the results of the poll, which you went into. So that was what I was calling for.
Oh, great. We're good. Mr. Anderson. You have a motion.
Yes, I wanted to move to extend the time and extend the meeting until the end of at-large voting.
There's a second on that. Without objection, I would move that we are extending time of our meeting today till the end of at-large voting. Great. TJ, there. Go ahead and open up round 3. We're removing Susan from the ballot, but all the other candidates are eligible.
Okay, that'll take me about 30 seconds.
Great. Carrie, is your question of privilege still active, or was that about the voter registration?
It's no longer active, Mr. Chair.
I did not think so. Mr. Alinsky, you had one as well. I didn't know if that was still active.
Ballot is ready.
No, Mr. Chair, I was just looking for Ms. Bittner to be recognized, noticing that she had raised the point of privilege herself. Thank you.
The ballot is ready. 3 minutes, Mr. Chair.
3 minutes will be fine.
It is out there. Mr. Chair, may I address the body for about 10 seconds?
Go right ahead.
So the second round of auditing that I do is to check to see if anyone did a write-in for the same person that they voted for, or put a write-in for the same person more than once. And I do see that a couple of you are doing that. So far, it has not changed the results of any of these rounds, but please don't do that. It just makes my job harder, and I'm going to catch it anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, GJ.
We still do not have anyone that passed the 50% mark. And the initial audit looks good. I'm going to go ahead and release these results.
I'll be fine.
They are available.
I will share them. Okay. We have a write-in for Larry Sharp and a write-in for Olensky's mustache again. I'm a little surprised Mr. Sharp did not get any nominations. So, TJ, we're going to go to a round 4. We're going to remove Dr. Bonsall from the ballot as he was the lowest vote getter. And also, I want to thank everybody for participating in this process and being willing to step up. Whether you win or lose these races, I know that you are still going to be an ally in moving the Libertarian Party forward in this state. So thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, this is round 4, 3 selections, open for how many minutes?
Let's make it 2 minutes.
Open for 2 minutes.
Yep.
And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, crap. Hold on. It's going to take another 30 seconds. Okay, this time I copy and pasted correctly. The ballot is released. And I'm definitely adding a feature to the program for multi-round ballots in the future. This is annoying.
Hey, glad we could help you. Glad we could help you in making this happen and giving you a feature set that you could.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
would you indulge me for a few minutes?
sure.
Just want to take this time while we're in the vote to thank everybody who helped out on the convention team at some point. I want to thank Dan Donnelly, Ilya Schwartzberg, Mark Brayman, Susan Cummings, Anthony Verna, Dan Singer, Andrew Colsty, Cody Anderson, Laura Newell. I think I got everybody, and if I didn't, I'm sorry. And Tony for his support, and TJ for really doing so much of the legwork here and bringing us this awesome program. I just want to say too, I'm sad to be leaving the LPNY as I move to Connecticut, but I've made some great friends here, and I want to give a special shout out to the Prague Rock and Bourbon Caucus and the 809 Caucus, which I both helped found. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have results from round 4. Still no one has passed the 50% mark. We'll release these. The initial audit looks good.
Okay.
We are getting more creative write-ins. You've got something in the interrupting queue.
Mr. Colsey's beard, Miss Mustache, Brianna Coyle. There's 21 votes for Mr. Grindle and Mr. Schmidt, 17 for Ms. Burrell and Dr. Becker, 15 for Mr. Geraci, 14 for Mr. Donnelly, 12 for Mr. Epstein. I believe that is the lowest number, so Mr. Epstein will be dropped from the next ballot. Thank you, Mr. Epstein, for your willingness to serve. I look forward to seeing what you're going to do for Liberty and how we're going to work together. Thank you very much for your willingness to serve. I think we lost voters that time, though, TJ, didn't we? We did.
Yeah, I think 2.
We did lose 2 voters. I was concerned I was a little too aggressive in the time. That's all.
Mr. Alinsky has, oh, he left the interrupting queue. Never mind.
Okay, so maybe we go for 3 minutes on this next ballot to make sure people have enough time.
Okay, round 5 will be open for 3 minutes. Still selecting 3 people, and we now have 6 candidates left. I've dropped Mr. Epstein.
Thank you.
The ballot is now out there. And Tony, you're still sharing your screen.
I know. That's why I wasn't voting yet.
43 people have voted with 1 minute left. Okay. I get to watch the results in real time, and we did have 3 winners, but it dropped down to 2 at the end there. But you do have 2 people above 50%. I am releasing these.
Okay.
There you go. $47 total.
I'm going to share my screen. Mr. Grindle and Ms. Burrell, welcome to the Executive Committee. Congratulations. With 51%, you both made it over the threshold. Mr. Donnelly, Dr. Becker, Mr. Geraci, and Mr. Schmidt, you will continue on to the next ballot.
May I ask a check on the JDs real quick?
I'm giving it a quick look now. I know Maria would be fine. I think Paul is fine too.
Okay.
Mr. Kolsky, if you double check my work.
Yes, they were Paul Grindle and Maria Burrell were the only ones in their JD running that were left, so they get elected, and then the remaining 4 are in the next round.
And I don't believe that there are any remaining conflicts because we're only picking 1 out of the next round.
Right. Only yeah. So there will be 4. Yeah.
So, okay, and this will be a select 1. So let's go for 2 minutes on this.
Tony, you're still sharing your screen. Just heads up.
I know I haven't moved from the screen because I know I'm doing that.
Okay.
But I appreciate everybody having my back on this.
All right, I've got 4 people on a ballot with select 1. This is round 6. And you said 1 minute or 2?
I said 2.
2. It has been released.
You say it's been released, TJ?
Yes, it is.
Oh, there it is. I hadn't seen it yet for some reason. Okay, I see it now.
Okay, I have the results. 46 people voted. No one has passed 50%, and it passes the initial audit. I'm going to release. You should see it now.
Okay. Okay, so with 16 votes for Bill Schmidt, 11 for Pietro, 8 for Dr. Becker, and 5 for Daniel Donnelly. Daniel will be removed from round 7, from the round 7 ballot. Again, let's go 2 minutes on that ballot as well, TJ. And thank you, Daniel. I want to give special thanks to Daniel, who really has done quite a bit in committee development in Eastern New York. I appreciate that, and know that you will continue to work for Liberty.
Ballot is released.
See how I stopped sharing early this time?
He can be taught.
I can
very
be.
proud of you, Tony. Very, very proud.
I'm proud of me too. Time has expired on that ballot.
Yes, so in round 7, no one got over 50%. The initial audit shows that this is good. I'm going to go ahead and release it.
Okay, so Mr. Schmidt got 16 votes for 39%, Mr. Geraci 17, Dr. Becker 6. We have a write-in for Charlie Flynn and 1 NOTA. Dr. Becker will be dropped from the round 8 ballot. And before we release that, I'm going to bring us all back to the 2019 FLP convention in Rochester, when we went like 10 rounds before we got our at-larges done. So
6.
I'm sorry, was it 6 rounds?
Yep.
But I bet this still has taken less time.
This has still taken a lot less time.
Yeah, there's probably less campaigning going on between the rounds here too. Round 8 is ready with 2 candidates, Schmidt and Pietro, correct?
Yep, let's make that a 1-minute poll if you can, unless you've already released it.
I haven't released it. I'm going to leave it at 2 just because some people are seeing delays up to 30 seconds. If you
Yeah,
don't mind.
that's fine. I don't mind. I'm okay with 2. There was some desire to change it, but I'm okay with 2.
It has been released. 20 seconds left.
Okay, that has ended.
Round 8, we do have someone that received over 50%, and I am going to release.
And with 51% of the vote, Pietro Salvatore Geraci, you are on the executive committee. Welcome and thank you. And thank you for running Bill. I know you will continue to work for Liberty. I know you're doing great work on the Queeter campaign, and that's not going to stop. Thank you very much for your service. This concludes voting for the executive committee. Thank you everyone for participating. The time is now 6:17 p.m. Eastern time. I will entertain a motion to move on to the platform discussion. Or I will entertain a motion to adjourn until tomorrow morning. Pietro, you have original main motion. I have a funny feeling that it's going to be the same as Mr. O'Connor's motion. Mr. Geraci, you have the floor.
He doesn't appear to be in.
If he wants to walk over to someone else's microphone, because I know he's in Syracuse, and get on camera there, I'd allow it.
He's on his way.
Okay, excellent.
That Zoom quit out on me. But
No worries.
I hit the wrong button, but I moved to fix the time and place of adjournment to tomorrow at 9 a.m. at whatever place we're all at, which I guess is the internet. So that's my motion.
So you are moving to adjourn to a time certain tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And utilizing this same convention method.
Correct.
Okay, that's been seconded several times.
Who's seconded? Okay, Justin.
Okay, this is not debatable. If there's no objection, we can stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'll give people a minute to object. I don't really think I'm going to get very many objections. Thank you. We are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
We'll be opening the Zoom room at 8:30.
And the first thing on our agenda tomorrow will be discussion of platform and consideration of changes.
Tony, I will audit all the elections tonight to make sure there was no funny business.
Yeah, I believe one of the pieces of funny business might have been an error that I made. So
Well,
I'm glad it did. I am glad that it affected nothing.
Well, let's wait.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. If you could maybe conclude to the streaming viewers so we can end the live stream, just kind of close us out and we can end the live stream.
Yeah, let me do that right now. Hi, viewers on the internet, viewing this live stream of the first organizing meeting of the Libertarian Party of New York. This concludes day one of that organizing meeting. Thank you all for viewing. If you'd like to contribute, please go to lpny.org/donate. That's lpny.org/donate. Thank you very much.